He is
Well, there
going
will be
first.
from the rally.
Hmm?
But it will be last because it'll be the radish drop.
Oh, yeah. I keep forgetting it's Radis. I think we're online now. Welcome to the Vassal World Cup.
Yep, it's online.
Shite, but I don't think any of the description has gone out correctly on the stream. Damn it. Okay. I'll just quickly change the name of the stream. Yeah, so you'd know I was new to this anyway. So, Star Wars actually messes with the moderation policy. Oh, maybe it's
How so?
Vassal. Getting errors. Let's try this again. Okay. So now we should be right. So you join us halfway through deployment. No surprises so far. They're throwing out their smaller ships and filling out their deployments with squadrons. So who do you think is going to win this?
I think past history says this game's gone either way. When they've gone, it's always been a close battle. I think Aresius is a lot calmer. He won't make a mistake at any point. He never does. So I think it's a question of whether Neb B stays calm and collected or not.
Yeah, well, like effectively the list has seen minor changes, but the Italian list has had the same core of, since the Liberty came out, Liberty that's really strong, some small bit of fighter cover, and then activation padding all the way. Both of those Moncarans are destructive of each other.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think Aresius benefits from the objective far greater because he can somewhat ignore the radish drop and just plan to plow through the rest of the ships because he can get two at a time now.
Yeah. But I think the CR90s are going to be key here. They've both got engine techs, so if they can get where they can ram the Moncairn, that's going to be tricky. But surviving that close to it, and I can see that Neb B has split them up as well. So that's like, can he bring them to bear before they get blown up?
And it would be a big deal if they could get either flagship, but we can just see Neb drop his flagship going sideways out of the battle there. And I expect that Aresius will do fairly similar.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a case of flagship hide the sausage all game.
We thought those days were far gone. Fled to the nerf.
Yeah.
Lifeboats are gone. Nope, they've come back.
It's all thanks to the Hammerhead, which has changed. Like, a lot of people were not a great fan. I remember on the day it was released, you were like thoroughly disappointed in what was announced. But it's just the cheapness is its main factor. It's its main advantage. It cost feck all.
Yeah, there we go. Recon heading straight to the left. Right behind Moncairn.
It looks like they're Recon and Radis are both headed to the same bar to drink at the same place, you know?
Pre-arranged, like the old battles of times gone by. Commanders agree to go and shake hands and watch from afar.
Yep. Classic World War I strategy. I don't shoot you, you don't shoot me, but we'll shoot each other's men and it'll be fine. But
exactly.
The temptation is always to put your admiral on the big heavy hitter, but it can just end up. It can end up tempting you to put your flagship somewhere. You put your admiral somewhere they really shouldn't be. Now, if you need literally every gun in your list in order to be effective, then yeah. But these hammerheads are mainly activation padding. I'd say.
Yeah, exactly.
And like I think until the Radis drops occurs, like the advantage is really with the Raikkonen fleet.
Yeah, massively. And I think he's in range to. If he sets Bale on turn 3, then he should be in position to hit the Radis flag at the top of turn 3, forcing the drop early.
Yeah, the Bale turn is going to be
Ooh, turn
this.
4.
That is risky, but I suppose it's not as bad as price. Like if you feck up a price call, it's a lot worse. So
yeah, Bale can be as bad, but it's not. Doesn't tend to be on a Liberty. It's when you do it on an MC75 that activating first when you've got nothing in close range tends to just drag you straight towards the enemy. But Aresius's Liberty is speed 3 with engine text and has quite a lot of range. So it's always got something to do, and it can make sure it doesn't end up in a dangerous position.
So we've had the choice of objective ships there now. And basically Neb B has conceded the objective realistically. They're not going to make any use of it at all. They put it on a transport simply because if a light ship gets blown up, the points are doubled, whereas it's gone on the Liberty as expected.
Yeah, because even on the only thing the GR75 has is flak, and that doesn't get boosted by first player advanced gunner anyway.
Yep.
So yeah, completely conceded. But Aresius has taken the challenge. Liberty advanced gunnery. He's going for it.
Yeah, this could work out really well or really badly, depending on what work is get done. That Liberty needs to get in there and start taking out that small ship, those small ships, I think.
You say that, but I don't think it needs to get in there. I think it can slow roll until Neb B looks like he's going to fight and then go through. That actually the impetus on forcing the engagement is on Neb.
True.
And then it's on Aresius to win the engagement because of this knockout style.
Well, the one thing as well, though, is to make sure that whatever happens with his Liberty, he doesn't get it trapped by the Radis drop. And that's the real danger. When the Radis drop happens, the value, like that's probably going to be the make or break. How much value can they get out of the Radis drop?
Yeah, but with the Radis drop, doesn't Neb B drop onto the Moncaron, knowing that then the Moncaron could just move out of the way? Because the Radis ship can't go first. And it's not a profundity, so they can't drop a hammerhead to do the go first. External racks, obscene combo.
Yeah.
So actually, Aresius will always have time to react, especially if he stays spread like he is.
Yeah. The other
thing that looks like it is the Ashoka.
Yeah.
Another layer.
As well as that, he can see where Neb B's entire fleet is before he moves the lib.
Yeah, exactly.
And the thing is, as well, he's got the lib pointed at that Radis hammerhead. Is it? Or is that? Yeah. The Copa.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, and it's just one nav, and he's moved speed 4. Starting at speed 2. And if there's one thing that'll make a Radis player panic, it's a Liberty. So we may have a 5-minute delay through the stream. Neb B has some stuff they may need to sort out for 5 minutes. But it's gonna be a bit of a nerve-wracking one. So we've kicked off anyway with the Corvette, the Tony Corvette. Engine teching.
Yeah, I mean, I remember going back to your point on forcing the Radis drop. I remember during Euros having price on my ISD meant that I could price turn 1 go full speed, and because I had so many squads, I could out deploy my opponent and put my ISD2 facing their flagship with a squadron command in such position that they knew that if they didn't radius drop, then that was that. I would activate first turn 2, I would kill their flag. And that meant that it wasn't so scary to face Radus because there was just no good drop at that point.
Yeah, I think
it helps.
And what you got? Any Radis Admiral, I think, has to be very cagey. So they have to, that flagship is just the weak point of any fleet.
Exactly. But there tends to be a lot in this game that it's the flagships are always the weakest.
Yeah, well, like even with Akbar, the amount of firepower you just suddenly lose when he dies, and Raikkonen, generally a lot of the Raikkonen fleets are set up to literally abuse the living daylights out of his ability. But here we're seeing the classic cagey, just move your activation padding ships around a little bit. They don't matter too much.
Got an overlap.
Yep, sloppy. Or is it intended? Is it a sneaky?
Setting Shara Bay slightly further back. Bide some more time. Speed 5 is not going to make any difference.
Yeah, I would be surprised if the fighters do too much. And now, the Raikkonen fighters can be commanded a bit more, but as soon as Shara Bay lands on the generic A-Wing, that's out of the fight. Now, the Tychos can just go around, but I don't know that one black dice is going to do much.
No, the squadrons are mainly there for the VCXs, for the fire lanes and Sentinel. So in this matchup, they're not there for very much. However, against Radus, don't forget they do block the deployment.
True. That had escaped my mind altogether. I think they're slightly out of position if the drop is attempted on the MC80. But if they try a sneaky drop in the middle, it may rule out some of their options. And the other thing the fighters could do is hunt down a transport potentially.
Yeah, burn the scatters. But even then, the odds of Aresius not rolling accuracies from his liberty is still very, very low.
Yep.
So he should eat those anyway.
Yeah, I think if either side gets a Neb B on an opposing transport, it's all over. Now, the one thing though is if the fighters could take out an early transport or reduce it down so that a hammerhead could take it out, then it might swing the activation advantage game even further earlier on. But I don't see it happening too easily.
And what would that achieve? I don't see another ship in Aresius' list that will benefit from going last.
True.
There's no big punch because all his hammerheads are running without external racks, which is usually the thing we see to increase their potency.
True.
So they're still empty, even if they get the last first.
True. Like they're not getting the accuracies. So, okay, Ginka, I'm just going to let you take over the chat for a minute, and I'll be back in just a moment.
Yep, no worries. I think we're just moving on to Neb B's 4th activation here. Nothing much has really happened. I presume we're about to see, the other Corvette go. This will be an interesting one because it's heading straight at Moncaron, so it needs to be extremely careful about where it ends up, as it could present itself for an early kill. And I think the time that Neb B is taking to think about this suggests that he clearly sees that as well. For those watching, I'd kind of assume this game will liven up around turn 3. I think until then we're going to see a lot of empty activations, feinting, trying to avoid the fight, trying to avoid getting in range. It's kind of one of those where the first kill is going to take a lot of the strength out of the fight. Even though, as we say, the power is all invested into the 2 big ships. Yep, Neb B sees the danger and is going to use his dial just to make sure he ends up in the right place. Which is also what he did on the other CR90, whereas normally you expect to see tokens banked to turn 1. Most players tend to use it just set up, correct their mistakes, maneuver just to make themselves ready for turn 2.
So nothing has changed terribly since I wandered away.
No, not much. Neb B took a little while to decide on this CR90, which is understandable given that it's facing the jaws of death at the moment.
Yeah.
Needs to be very careful how it approaches. But I think we've all seen how far Aresius can move that Liberty.
Like,
If it goes too far forward, it's going to be in danger.
and what do you do? Like, I mean, do you just get it to leg the hell out of there? Can it even get that far? Like,
Well, a CR90 with engine techs and
can get
a command
anywhere.
dial can get anywhere. But if he just turns and runs, then he's not going to get the radius drop he wants, and Aresius will just avoid the fight.
So
he's caught in catch 2 here.
So
he needs to get it just right.
Zamalite, it's Neb B is first, and advanced gunnery is the objective. With the objective ship, the Liberty, for Riken fleet, and on one of the GR75s for the Radis fleet. Just had a question in the old chat. But yeah, I don't think we're going to see too much decided on turn 1 anyway.
No, but it's interesting to see that he's used his dials rather than banking the tokens.
Yeah.
When most people end up in this position, it's a very much prepare yourself for the rest of the game.
Is that you doing your normal dots thing, is it?
Well, what I thought I'd do is I showed the objective ships in a different colour.
That makes sense. Yeah, not keeping the token. Like, I'm not sure they've achieved much by getting that CR90 where it is. Maybe out of the way? But
yeah, no, I think it could have gone speed 1 and it would have achieved the same thing. I think ultimately he wants it to end up just outside red range of a Liberty that might or might not move at speed 4. Where exactly that is anyone's guess.
yeah, I think getting the fork here is going to be difficult. And even if they get the fork, like, what's the possibility of a Moncaron killing another Moncaron with 2 shots from blue range? presume they were just going to put it in red, so he has to move in. So their Liberty or their Mindcarn won't be one-shotted, but still, it's very tricky. So the reason why that GR75 is advanced gunnery is just to reduce the points lost from the objective in case it does get blown up.
Yeah, it's just an extra 18 points, I think. Which is probably not going to make any difference in this game. Because it still just means he's trading a flotilla for a hammerhead if he has to.
Okay.
We'll still go with both.
So I've got to explain to my pet Flurbin that she needs to get off the computer couch. I'll be right back in a sec.
No worries. Yeah, so Captain Weather just sent me a message to say that he thinks that Neb B has locked the Radish flag into a very strong heading towards the left-hand side, which gives Aresius the option just to gun for it. I agree with as a concept. I just would expect to have seen Bale to be on turn 3 if he was planning to do that. So being Bale on turn 4, he allows the Radish flag to have a lot more wiggle room to try and avoid the guns. If it's got enough command, enough token, it chooses to.
Yeah, and he's going with the dial. He's using the dial. And like, I'm not sure I understand.
He's choosing to turn. He doesn't want to be stuck on the left. And when you're traveling along the board edge, you can't turn at speed 1 without sending yourself off.
Yeah.
You have to go to speed 2. So he's clearly decided he's in a dangerous position, although seems to be looking at still heading straight. Wants to speed up, wants to get the turn.
This like. And then my question is for you. You'd probably be better able to answer that than me. Was this a fake up in deployment, or do you think Neb B was trying to fake him out?
I think I can see what Neb B was going for. I think it's just a slight error on execution. If he was going to go sideways along the board edge, what you want to do is to start far nearer the other edge, so that then you get a choice between going straight or turning towards the middle, depending on where your opponent is. Whereas because he's got such a short distance to go before he gets to the edge, he's stuck between going straight, hitting the corner and having to turn, or turning and still going straight towards the edge, just closer to his enemy. He hasn't given himself 2 trajectories to run along, just the one.
By the way, if anyone's wondering about some of the composition of these lists, I'm just going to post into the stream chat basically the article covering the matchups, the lists, and the World Cup so far. So that's all this has been done by Biggs and Steel Strategy, and fair play to them for putting on this tournament. It's been what the organization has been going on since November of last year. So
Yeah,
that's a good 5-6 months of work put in to make sure this happens. Yeah, so Master Fleet Luke suggesting in chat that they're kind of boxing themselves in, they're limiting their movement options.
Yeah.
And
which think that hurts Neb B a lot more than Aresius at the moment, because Aresius has his threat piece on the board. He can start to clear his way through. He's got the control. So all that will end up doing is forcing Neb B into an early drop just to protect himself.
Yep. And they need the power of this drop. They really need the power of this drop. So has he taken the token by the looks of it? Or has he gotten a token from CommsNet? I think he's gotten a token from a CommsNet. Yep. So he's taking the
fairly
dial.
standard.
Yeah.
Having watched him play quite a lot of times, it's take the token from the comms net, use the dial,
And we're
and
guessing.
next turn he'll get another token, and it'll keep going.
Yeah, he's got nothing but nav commands on that Liberty. Is our assumption, I presume.
He's got layer as well. Yeah, he's got layer as well. I mean, I've tried to bring slice tools against him before. With the way he out activates, layer will out activate you as well. You can't stop it unless you can put slices onto both layer and the Moncaron at the same time.
Yep. And the slicer tools is out of position either way. So
yeah. There's not much you can do. It's going to nav, it's going to go wherever it wants. You can't block it because it will just blast its way through. So realistically, it should just be able to swing down the table on a nice long sweep and then go along the bottom, heading towards the right, just shooting its way through.
And I think I've seen Arius blow up commanders on lifeboats in the corners before. I think I've seen him do it in Europeans, where the admiral tries to run. Like, there's no room left.
Yep.
That CR90 is dead if it doesn't run. And if it does...
Not quite. It's red range. And it's a star cruiser, so I don't think he has enough dice to take it out. Although, as you say, advanced gunnery.
Yep.
It's going to hit it twice.
And remember, they're only getting one defense token, so they can evade or redirect. They're not doing both. Now, it's obstructed, which is probably the saving grace, but it's Caken and Sholan as well. So
yeah, so it's three natural red dice plus the spinals to 4.
-1.
Yeah, so we're back down to 3. Caken and Sholan on 1 shot. He's got XI7s anyway, so he's realistically going to want to use the evade twice.
Yep.
Instead of the redirect.
Now, maybe he just outweights it. It's a good possibility. He's just he doesn't care about the CR90. Like, do you... And if he doesn't drop next turn...
the interesting thing could be, do you reckon that Neb B can get that CR90 into the side arc of the Moncaron? Because if he can, then he's got the option of a drop behind Moncaron.
Yeah.
Spend the game chasing.
Well,
speed 2 gets the dial. We can go to speed 3 of engine techs. I'm not sure speed 4 will quite do it. But maybe.
Yeah. Again, this is the thing. Whereas if he had the token, and if he'd been going at speed 2 originally,
yeah, I think deploying at speed 1 with a CR90 on what's meant to be a very, very agile fleet, a very, very expansive fleet, seems
counterintuitive.
Quite counterintuitive, yeah.
Master of the Fleet Luke is also commenting, look at the pressure the Lib is going to be able to project on that flank. And yeah. Like, maybe Neb B is faking us all out. Maybe they're just going to run that Radis off the corner, pull the CR90 completely out of there and make it out, and drop the Lib to clean up the rest of the Riken fleet. Because if he cleans up all the other ships and doesn't lose anything more, he wins.
Yeah, if he can get that CR90 out of there alive, and Aresius turns right away from the Radis flag, and then I think all the rest of the ships should be able to stay out of his guns if they really want to. Because they can just go full throttle now.
The other thing is, he could be going to double ram that Lib. Because if he just tears straight in, there is a small bit of danger. So we're on to turn 2 anyway. And now, I think he must be... Let's see, are they considering the drop? I think that Neb B has put in chat that he is thinking. So I think the big thing that's on your mind is, do I drop? Am I concerned enough to drop?
I don't think right now you
No.
drop. There's
no
the only
value
one
to
you
it.
got really is opposite Moncaron. That's not a favourable position to be unless he chooses to drop where the station is. Because then he's got the two hammerheads, the GR75s. Realistically, there's nothing there that can threaten.
But if the one thing though is he's dropping completely unsupported there. And the problem slightly is like, okay, it's a big ship, but he's conceded the fighter advantage. If he drops in the center now by moving those A-wings back, that's 5 dice into the side or rear of the Liberty. And unless he takes out the GR75s, and I presume he'd go for the hammerheads instead, that's going to keep going. And if he does go for the GR75s, then if the fighters have got any damage, then potentially hammerhead rams. I don't know. It's... I would not...
They're recon as well, so they will. They're not going to die.
Yep.
Not to the end of the round.
So I Hate Win, this is Star Wars Armada by Fantasy Flight Games. We're playing using a program called Vassal. And this is the World Cup Vassal final. So occasionally I'll be responding to the Twitch thread as well. So if I get a bit, if I sound a bit confusing, Ginkapo, you know what's going on.
That's fun.
I'm still new to this whole streaming thing.
Yeah, I'm just looking up for what the battle report was from their matchup in the round one, because Neb B managed to win that one. So I wonder whether that went a similar way, that it looks like it was Aresius at the start, but somehow Neb pulled it off. Just want to see.
The score would probably be the biggest indicator of that, if we're talking a tabling or if we're talking just a squeaky bum win.
Okay, so it was a 6-5, 1-2-6 to 1-1-1. That's a 15-point win. That is narrow.
Looks like I'm still set to Eternal as the channel, so I just need to change that. So whoops, thanks for pointing that out. And that should be fixed now, so we should be showing up as Star Wars Armada rather than Eternal, the card game. So sorry about the confusion, anyone lost by that.
Interestingly, in their round one matchup, Aresius did do the turn 3 bail targeted down the flagship. And I think he managed it, but after the drop.
Okay.
And in the end, that wasn't enough to win, so I think that might be why Aresius is trying a slightly different plan here. This might be why we've got the turn 4 bail. I mean, I'm going to say fortunate enough to face them both in the pod.
How did you get on against them?
I would have used back then.
Say again?
I wasn't necessarily fortunate. It wasn't necessarily the way I would have described it at the time. Against Aresius, I got a lot of early damage into the Liberty. My bombers did a lot of damage. It lost its braces quite early. But I spent the rest of the game trying to chase it down, and I just couldn't kill it. Speed 4, it just was too much for me to keep chasing.
Yep.
TIE bombers are fast, but eventually they just struggle.
Just ran out of fuel and stranded in space.
Yep. And then against Neb B, he just got to my demo far too early. Unfortunately, that took a lot of power out of my fleet.
Yeah, well, demo is
a key piece.
Yeah. And if they get into the side arc of a lib, that lib is in a whole lot of trouble unless they got some extraordinary luck or tech. So Neb B is still making his decision on whether to drop. Radis allows him to drop his big ship in anywhere close to one of his other ships. He's still trying to make that decision. He's asked for recommendations from his opponent, who suggests that he surrender the whole game. So we're hoping for the drama and tension. That's not going to happen this evening. But yeah, he's still making up his mind what's going to happen with that. And this is going to be a key decision. Now, he's obviously still considering it. Or is it the is it the Hondo decision? It's hardly the Hondo decision taking that long.
No, I don't think it's Hondo that we're going to see.
No.
There we go. No drop.
But that is one thing
Decision
that...
has been made.
Yep. That is one thing that could have gotten that Neb B out of there. Or not that Neb B, that CR90 out of there. For Neb B is a Hondo drop with a navigation token. And a navigation dial, speed 5. If he was trying to fake and keep that CR90 alive...
Yeah, because he could take the nav token for himself, potentially take the squadron token, maybe the repair, but I don't think that any token other than the nav is going to give Aresius that much of an advantage. It's the nav that he really wants.
Yep.
He's got many ways of getting it anyway. Although he has got Ashoka as well.
Yep.
So he can win them.
Like, loads of people love Hondo. I just find Ahsoka so much better value, so much more flexible. And Hondo I'm only really a fan of in fleet command fleets.
Yeah, it's the fleet commands and it's the boarding troopers Avenger.
Yeah.
Or when you're using hyperspace. I can sometimes see it with Radish because it lets you get a command that you need. So say you're dropping a hammerhead, but then you get the command. But with a Liberty, I'm not seeing what it really offers. Maybe he wants it for the nav token.
Potentially.
When he drops the Liberty. That seems like quite an expensive card for what's not doing that much. It's key.
Yeah, and considering there's already a comms net on that flotilla.
Yeah, but maybe he wants to diversify so that he doesn't have to drop near the comms net in order to get the token. It lets him use an independent piece.
Well, my answer to that is always the Tanta V4. I love that title on a CR90. It's only 3 points.
So it's 1 point more than Hondo, but doesn't give your opponent tokens.
Yep.
Because how do you feel when your opponent gives you 2 tokens?
Like it's Christmas.
Yeah, exactly. I've always found it to be extremely useful. There's always one there that you go, yes, I actually needed this.
And particularly when Ahsoka is in the other fleet. Exactly. That just means, okay, I'll take any token I want. Plus a token I might have wanted somewhere. Now, if you're up against Garm, then, when they're overloaded, but then you're up against Garm, so how much help do you actually need?
That should be a turn 3 tabling anyway. I mean, you probably don't need Hondo to chill as it is.
I don't know. He's probably got a lot of space potatoes, and they're not that easy to table. But again, we see the maneuvering, so these activations potentially matter a bit less, but this GR75 Quantum Storm, maybe the target ship for dropping the Moncairn. Could be the delivery mechanism.
Yeah, it could be the backup for if the CR90 dies, so this could be quite important. Surprised we're not seeing the right-hand side CR90 go first. Given at the moment it seems like the least important piece. It's not under any threat. It's
because they're sending the Quantum Storm in where 2 hammerheads are. And okay, they're not going to kill it with their fire, but they might use up a scatter token, they might use up an evade, and they're right next to the squadrons. The squadrons do not have to move very far to try and murder that Quantum Storm. If it was Bright Hope, I could understand what's happening here, but Quantum Storm is not that survivable. Now, maybe they're trying...
the squadron threat. Because at the moment, the torpedo hammerheads... outside of blue range, they only have a single red dice, which everything has an evade.
Yep.
And he's not going to move into blue range, so it's the squadrons that are the threat. So why move the one that's closer to the squadron?
And if he's surrounded by squadrons, he's not going to be able to drop the Radish ship. So we're seeing some bribery in the chat. Jokingly, the Italian has offered to drop the match for €100. Oh no, he's letting him move his Liberty drop. So we're going to have a 5-minute break from one of our players for just a minute while they deal with some family stuff. And Ginkapo is threatening both contestants that if they continue this shenanigans with bribery, they'll both be in trouble.
How do you feel about having 2 European finalists this year? It's quite an important thing.
It is and it isn't. Like, it's a case of like swings and roundabouts, you know. I mean, like, we haven't had a European World Cup winner yet, or World Championship winner yet, and that's going to be the telling one. No.
Yeah, but we put in a good showing last year. I think we didn't have that many people go over, but it was the day 2 finish. I think we had someone in
Ricky.
second, someone in third, someone in fourth on day 2. So definitely those are good showing.
Yeah, I think the European community and the European meta is very strong.
Yeah. I think Ricky said that he didn't know how to handle a knockout game. He didn't know how to approach it. Went for his usual, highly aggressive, and doesn't work so well in knockouts. I can testify to that one as well. It's not necessarily the best way.
So that Quantum Storm is set up as a drop. That Quantum Storm is in a lot of trouble though, and I think like there's enough there to surround it and make sure it can't drop anything if it doesn't just get murdered.
So on the murder front, I think worst case is it takes 6 damage from 6 sources. The one from the hammerhead, it will be able to evade, scatter 2, so that will leave it taking 3 damage. It would still be alive, no criticals. So it's not going to die.
But it could well be surrounded, so the Radis drop is very hard.
Yeah, but it's quite difficult with only 5 squadrons to really eliminate every drop. This might force a bad drop. It should still be a fair amount of fun.
The thing is, remember that they can put the flotilla on the other side of the asteroid from it as well. Oh, yeah, like I've seen some crazy Radis drops where you just wouldn't consider it in some of the geometry of some of the way they're dropped. But yeah, Master Fleet Luke is making the point that the Americans have greater access to the World Championships, and potentially, but it's hard to say. The one thing I would say with the European meta is people do not do Yavaris, Riken, or Yavaris Dodonna aces as much as the Americans, and I'm not sure that's because it's not good. It's just there doesn't seem to, people don't want to play it.
I think there's something else that many people have commented on that have been to both. They've said that the European game is a lot more aggressive. I think it's summarised by the Jimbo Rakax match at the Worlds last year, where they were both running Radis, and it was Jimbo who dropped turn 1 with his Radis, and I think he shot Rakax's flag that turn, killed it.
Wow.
Tabled him into. That's not something that you'd see in the American game, but it's something you'd see in Europe, because I know I faced Ricky, who hits you turn 1. Lawrence hits you turn 1. There's quite a lot of players that go turn 1. This is it. I'm going for you.
Yeah.
The American game is a much slower build-up, which might favour Recon a bit more because it's a much slower play. It's a much more controlled play. gets time to correct any misdeployment, whereas in the European meta it might not.
But
maybe that plays a part.
But if we ignore the exception of Europeans last year, like most of the other tournaments Ricky's been involved in where he's been running the Riken Aces, he has been dominating. Like London Masters was just a fucking blowout. The only reason he didn't win Cardiff Regionals is and this is funny, his round 3 opponent decided, looked at his fleet, went, fuck that, and ran away from him, so he only won 6-5. And that's how Jimble took that. And Jimble still only took it by margin of victory.
I think what helped him at London Masters is Florin was running a slightly different matchup style in that he was favouring Imperial versus Rebel matchups, which meant that Ricky spent the entire day killing ISDs with not much squad cover.
Yeah.
Which, in fairness, is what that fleet does best.
Yeah.
I think give him a little bit of an edge.
But like the two ship meta seems like very vulnerable to stuff like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
The other thing that I could see a preponderance of coming back is CR90 Swarm. I don't know. I'm still unconvinced that the 2 ships is as good as people say it is. Now I've been wrecked by it, but it just, I don't know. That Quasar is too vulnerable for the amount that it needs to do carrying.
Yeah, it depends whether you have price on the ISD or the Quasar. So the ISD price version has a lot of similarity to my Euros list. That it's very much that they can't get to you before you price, and as long as you get the turn right, you've got 2 activations to do a lot, and those 2 activations tends to cripple the other fleet. So by that point, the Quasar isn't in that much danger anymore. So that's what it's doing. It's all on that picking that price turn and whether you can play against it or not. Not many tools in the game at the moment to make price difficult.
Yeah.
Some people say bail. I'm not sure that's quite as strong as some people believe against price. My personal opinion.
But Neb B is commenting in the chat there, regretting not moving the Quantum Storm max last turn. So I think they were hoping to be in a much better position with that Quantum Storm for the drop.
So he wanted to be closer.
Yep.
Sitting on the asteroid or sitting within red range of the Liberty.
Sitting on the asteroid seems like fucking madness. Were they hoping to slice?
Even then, that would put him in blue range of the side arc of the Liberty, which still would probably go for.
Yeah, what would even advanced gunnery? I suppose like there is the distraction CR90, but well, I can see both Astrofleet Luke and Zamalite. Everybody's making the point that it's the Milwaukee regionals rather than the true World Cup. Isn't that the joke that was going around? I don't think putting in an Adepticon is going to help this. Not with the short notice.
No, it's just Chicago regionals all over again, isn't it?
Yep.
Presumably Nathan's shooing to win it again. But we'll see.
I don't know. Have like at least regional winners have a definitive slot for it, but like considering our regionals are only finishing what last week or the week before, how many people are actually going to be set up?
Our regional winners don't actually get a ticket for. It's the American regionals get a reservation, and then it's top 4 at Euros and 1 and 2 at National.
Okay.
So yeah, I won the regionals in Aldershot.
Yep.
And I got a buy at Nationals, and I think a reservation at Nationals. Although I won't claim that was my greatest ever regional win because largely I turned out with 12 squadrons and there were only 2 others in the rest of the fleets. So it was just slightly for that one. I claim that I outplayed my opponents, maybe, but to be honest, I had a substantial advantage just by building the correct fleet. And 8 of them were TIE bombers, so...
So we've a question in the chat. Are you going to Nationals, Gink? I presume you are.
Yeah, I should be. I'm going to Worlds as well. That's where to look out first.
You're going to Worlds?
Yeah, well, I had the reservation, so
Awesome.
I'm for a very long time, and then finally went for it. I've no idea what fleet to fly. It's been a while since I've flown anything sensible. I think.
Have you ever flown anything sensible?
Well, maybe not, but I don't think using 3 YV66s at Worlds necessarily is my best chance.
Well, like, it depends. Like, the strategic objectives have really fallen out of favor.
You say that, but we're looking at them right now.
True.
I think you need to have a plan for them, and throughout the whole of the Vassal World Cup, I don't think many people have had a plan for taking on Aresius with these objectives.
Yeah.
And
I
had a Lambda, and I took him on at fire lanes. I managed to grab 2 of the tokens early, and then the Liberty came steamrolling through my fleet.
Yeah.
But even by grabbing those 2 tokens early, I couldn't keep them because I had to just Ginkapo really quick away from them.
Yeah.
Because I was under such threat. They're extremely powerful.
It is the 300-pound gorilla in the room, that Lib, in any match it's in. So we have a shooting forward maneuver. So we have the Grumble Duke complaining that you won the Aldershot Regional by 1 hull on that radar, Gink. It was closer than it could have been. Do you want to give your side to that story?
I think he has a point. I won't disagree. I think there were a few other calls in there that could have gone either way. But I'd still say largely it was the fleet I turned up with made it a lot easier for me. I think it was flying something different than he might have taken it.
So, Master of the Fleet Luke is making the point that North American regionals are equivalent to nationals, same as yourself, but aren't the Aussie regionals as big as the American regionals at some points now? Like, what, you've got 4 regionals on Australia with huge turnouts.
Yeah, I think they do. I think they've got a lot of people that are willing to drive quite far for the Australian regionals now. So that's definitely helping. But the way the organised play supports the game, if you have a large regionals outside of America, you still don't get reservation at Worlds.
Yep.
Might change next year, interestingly, because of the switch towards invitation only.
Yeah.
Interesting to see how they happen.
It will. I'm just worried, will we see any more Irish kits anymore ever after Brexit? Because all our distribution from FFG is through the UK. And if there's custom problems, we may not even get Q kits anymore come the end of March. And be in the same position as the Italians, where they have got nothing because they don't have a distributor.
Because the Irish regionals are sort of the Italian regionals now as well, isn't it?
Yeah, we didn't have one last year. Or this year. There wasn't one scheduled. That's why I went to Cardiff. But the year before, we had 3 Italians, 1 Brit, and 4 Irish at the Irish regionals. But then again, I suppose that's not a great turnout for regionals anyway. So here we see the squadrons whack on that Quantum Storm as we kind of expected. And that's an accuracy, so that's going to do nothing. I wasn't expecting the Hammerhead to... and I think he's just forgotten to shoot.
Well. He doesn't need to because of the evade. He knows it. It doesn't matter. He's not going to get a second shot on it.
And he hasn't shot with the other one.
I don't think he had the range.
Yeah. So, will the is there anything that... There's nothing they can do with crit either, so it can't be faulty countermeasures that he's hoping for, so...
So he's just going to put it under extreme threat for the top of the next round.
Yeah.
Or as you say, close down the drops.
Yep.
That if he decides to drop on the top side of that quantum storm, it's going to be facing the guns of quite a lot.
Like there's at least 3 ships in a lot of danger right now belonging to Neb B. The Quantum Storm, CR-90 directly in front of the Liberty, and the flagship. Now, is he considering just opening up on that CR-90?
Well, it doesn't make much difference which order he does them in now, because the Liberty's going to outweight it all anyway.
Yep. So there's just 2 activations left for the Radis fleet. And the Liberty gets to eat whichever one it wants, really. At least be in a position to.
So this is the flagship going now. I don't think it can turn. I think it has to just commit to this corner now.
And
if it turns inwards at all, it goes too close. I think those Liberty front arcs are very wide as well, so he doesn't even have to directly face it. He can still turn towards the right and get the shot.
And if how many we've got? Yeah. Is that too close? And the limited amount of time they can turn.
At the moment, if he goes speed 2, he'll still be on the board. If he double notched it, yeah, he still would be. Got many options. I would just head straight for the corner. Maybe put 1 notch on at the end, but you don't want to be going any closer to the Liberty than you have.
He's going dial again. Well, like suppose this is the thing. That hammerhead is dead next turn. As long as he doesn't get in range this turn, like the drop is happening next turn. Right? Don't think he's got another option. So it doesn't matter if it dies next turn.
And if it heads directly for the corner, then for Aresius to commit to it, he has to turn in that direction, which then hands navigational control to Neb B on his drop, because he'll be able to get something off the quantum storm that will give him the rear of the Liberty.
Yeah.
In some form. Looks to be contemplating a hard turn in.
Yep. Now, yeah, that red arc is, you just think, oh, I'll move forward a small bit and it will be fine. It will not be fine. Like speed 3, that turn, he's just out of it, I think. But it may be a case that the flagships actually just end up left by each other, though. Fighting it out.
Yeah. Well, they're not going to kill each other unless they get particularly lucky.
It's literally handbags at dawn.
Ships passing the night.
But the Grumbleduke is agreeing with you that your list with small ships and heavy bombers was different from anything at the Southeast Regionals, and no one had an answer for it. How many people did you have at Aldershot anyway?
There was only 8 as well.
Yeah, Cardiff was 16, which is decent. And Scotland, I think, had decent numbers as well.
Yeah, I think they usually do.
I still have my... Go ahead.
London might have been as well. Grumbleduke will know this better than I will. He went to quite a few of them, I think. I think it was him and Jimbo did most of the rounds.
There's over 20 at the London one, and that had similar lists.
Yeah, I think we've got an ISD problem in this country at the moment.
You just love your Imperial flagships.
I think it's the question on most people's mind when building an Imperial list is 1 ISD or 2.
Yeah. The demo has fallen out of favor a lot. Seen a lot less demo in the last while than I have for ages.
Yeah, but I think that's more associated with once you've got your ISD or two, you're running low on points.
Yep.
So unless you're going squadronless, the demo doesn't really fit in.
How do you find the MC75? Are you a fan?
Well, I tried it out at London Masters, found it to be quite good, but I don't know what fleet to put it in. That's my problem. So I built a fleet that had the M75 as a bruiser. It was backed up by 2 CR90s with engine techs, but I didn't know how to fill up the rest of the fleet. So I then had a little squadron ball separately, and it's the overall list.
Yeah, I think the Ordnance one as a close-in bruiser and a Radis fleet is awesome, but outside of that, I actually think it has real survivability problems, unless it has some trick to get it in position. So I think Radis and Raikkonen are great admirals for it. I'm messing around with it in Akbar as an MC80 replacement because it's got gunnery teams.
Yeah.
There's no way that. Do we see any way of that CR75 being out of arcs?
Well, the good thing about advanced gunnery is you no longer have to worry about being double arced because he's going to get hit twice anyway.
But there's no way he's getting out of range.
You can. If he looks at the one he's got now and puts a double on the notch 4, remember he can go speed 3 and then engine techs, he will actually manage to be completely inside arc at blue range. I can't see him getting side arc red range. I'll just bring up what the side arc got. Side arc is 1 blue, 2 red. I think that's worth taking. Take two shots from there.
Yeah. But if there's any sliver inside that front arc, it's fucking dead.
Yeah.
There was triple interdictor in Scotland that did well, as Amakite has mentioned in the chat.
Yes. Yeah. I love the UK map sometimes. Brings out some of the best.
I don't fly Imperials, but if there was ever a ship that was going to make me fly Imperials, it's the interdictor for just the sheer amount of jank. Okay.
But if you did it, would you be running 3 of them?
Fuck no.
Is it kind of all or nothing? Yeah.
2 at most.
Yeah. It's one of the issues I have with Alex is he keeps trying to go back to his triple interdictors, which last time we ran it, I convinced him not to by bringing Recon rammers and just tearing them to pieces one after each other.
That'll do it. I presume they were shield doctoring each other, and then that doesn't matter if there's 6 spaceships buried in your hull neck deep.
Yeah, well, they had my ones had reinforced blast doors, so they were just hitting, double arcing, repairing. It took them an incredibly long time to take them down, but they did it in the end. I actually found the Euros in my last game in the Swiss. I played against a Thrawn, Instinctor, and ISD. And I killed the ISD incredibly quickly because I used Price and Sloan to clear it. But then just hitting the Instinctor with my front arc turn after turn, I just was really struggling to get through the power of Thrawn with engineering. Quite a long time.
So this is very tricky for Neb B, and that's why they're taking their time over this maneuver. If they mess this up, it looks like they're definitely trying to get the drop onto the Liberty. That is their plan.
Yeah, I think we're definitely seeing the drop next turn.
Hey, Old Iron Nuts, thanks for joining us. We're doing a bit of Star Wars Armada tonight. This is the World Cup final of the Vassal World Cup Championships, done by Steel Strategy.
Steel Squadron.
Steel Squadron? Damn it.
Oh, no, Steel Strategy. No, it's Steel Strategy. When did they change the name to that? It's Steel Squadron HQ on steelstrategy.com.
I think when they started covering Legion, it became Steel Strategy. That's when I think the URL changed. But yeah, so it's red range on this side. Did you see the arcs come up there? What?
No, but I think we're allowed to take a look.
Yeah, so
He's done it.
he's in red range, side arc. There's no way 4 reds are killing that ship.
No. He could potentially get the double ram as well. Even with that, I can't see him doing it because 2 of the dice will get evaded. So then we're only looking at damage from 2 red.
Yeah.
1 to 2 shield. He should be fine.
Well, he's got side arc to side arc though, and he's not redirecting. If he's evading, he's not redirecting.
Yeah, but with the evade, he'll take the doubles out. So realistically, he shouldn't be facing.
He shouldn't be facing more than 1 hull damage.
Yeah.
Unless now we're all just used to Arelius taking navigate, and they've got a sneaky concentrate fire in here. But I don't think they do.
I'd expect nothing other than a consummate navigate.
Copy paste all over the place. Now the other thing though is there are 3 A-wings which have not activated. Nice. Oh no, but the carriers. Oh, sorry, it's just
There we go. The flotilla has just revealed its command dial of a squadron and discarded a squadron token. So you're right, there's 3 A-wings probably.
Now if they go into the side arc,
then he'll be able to redirect 2 of them. Could make a difference. And they also have to set themselves up for the radish drop as well, don't they?
Yeah.
And they want to be positioning themselves to limit these options at the same time as putting damage into the shields.
That's it. So it depends as well. Like, this is the thing with A-wings. They are viciously effective most of the time, but generally I find you'll have 1 round where those black dice just go blank, blank, blank. The rest of the time they're fairly consistent, but I think you normally have 1 round where you're just like, okay, so they reduced. Now here I think he uses the redirect, right?
Yep, send it around to the right.
I think he's going to burn the redirect, surely.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought. Well, in normal play, I wouldn't think he'd be looking beyond this turn for that CR90. He'd kind of accept that it was doing its job and that was that. If he needs to run it at the top of the turn, he will.
Okay, so they have. He's allowed 0 shields on the front. He's allowed 0 shields on the front.
Yep.
I think that's a mistake. Because the only other thing he's going to be using as offensive tokens against
is the XI7s.
Yeah. And like it's Moncarn. Now, these are better players than the pair of us.
Yep.
And that was a blank. So that may be the saving grace. Now, potentially, if there are 4 doubles on those reds, then he's a dead man. Or if the ram can be brought into place. But if the ram can be brought into place, that means he's turned into the CR90 and Radis itself can drop the lib in the back arc of the Liberty. Or just on the opposing flagship, and the rest of fleet runs.
And there we go, and navigate command revealed by the Liberty.
No one was shocked or surprised. And that's a blank, so does he use the Kaken and Sholan now? Yep.
If he needs to, we can use Ashoka to turn the navigate token into...
He can't do it now. He's already activated. So he's begun it. Yeah, I think the timing window is when you activate a ship. I could be wrong, Gink.
I'll just check that. No, just during the activation of a friendly ship.
Okay.
So he can do it when he needs it. So if he rolls another blank, he might choose to.
Yeah, so he's tried to redirect, and he's forgotten about Moncarn.
Yeah, that might be why he made the mistake.
It's so easy to forget about Moncarn. You're just like, think about your ship's defensive in a set pattern, you know your ship's capabilities, and then you completely forget. You completely forget.
Yeah, but it should be easier to remember Moncaron when you're running Moncaron.
You would think so, but like, how many people outside of these two were running Wankaran in the tournament?
No, I think that was it.
Yeah. Now,
But I think the only difference between the two ships is the officer and the type. So one's a star cruiser, one's a battle cruiser. Beyond that, they're the same. So we've taken one whole damage there, down to 3.
okay. So they're going to evade the crate, and they're down to 2 hull.
I don't think it can get a double ram.
Even if it can, like, that's putting your Liberty on 6 hull, with the Radis drop still to come, and they're probably on the debris as well. And maybe double on the debris. Yep. So that's 4 shields down, potentially. I'm seeing a nope in chat from Luke, Master of the Fleet. So, did we do something wrong?
I think he might be just saying that he doesn't think he can make the ram.
And he's not trying for it either.
No, but the other thing I think about here is that the CR90 is now in a position where the A-Wings can kill it.
Oh no, he's making the same correction you were about Ahsoka.
All right.
Yeah, those A-Wings can kill it next turn, all right. But it is difficult enough. Where is this Liberty going? They're hitting the debris. They're hardly going to engine techs like that.
How's it getting out of there?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Like, Radis is getting dropped next turn. Now, okay, he's killing the Radis ship, but what's he doing after that?
Yeah. It's an interesting one.
If there's anyone can get him out of there, it's our Italian friend. It'd be if there's
if he drops to speed 2, I think then you can do quite a hard turn with an Avdar, and then engine techs a bit as well. That should get you a reasonably tight turn. Power back up for the next one.
Yep.
Even that looks dubious. Squadron.
By the way, we hope to be streaming 1 or 2 other more friendly games of Star Wars Armada Vassal on this channel from time to time. So throw a follow if you want to get updated. I'll normally put in the Go Live notification what I'm doing. I do some other games as well, but throw a follow in if it's any use. If you want to see if there's any more I'm streaming. But yeah, it's a tricky decision. Sorry, just throwing in an old plug there. I think I'm required to do that on a regular basis.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. You're the one hosting this, and we're extremely grateful for that.
I think we need to be far more grateful to my wife who let me do this on very, very short notice. We're in a health food store getting our dinner when I saw the Discord call. Yeah, so Master Fleet's opinion is that Neb B's now in the driving seat. And he thinks that the Liberty is being dropped in the rear of Aurelius's Liberty. And I can't say I disagree with that.
I'm not sure it can quite get... I don't think it can get the rear. I'm not sure the drop's there. But I think he can get the side, which almost is good.
With XI7 on Moncairn, yeah, it's just as good, but like
the other thing to point out here is that if they decide to go in a activation race to see who can go last,
Bale is
it
turn
will
4.
be it'll be Aresius that goes last this turn if he wants to.
On turn 3, yeah. Because he can just pop that Radis flagship. And he's probably going to pop that CR90.
Well, even without that, there will be 6 activations after the drop.
I think turn 4 is problematic, though, for him. Because his Liberty has to go first. And if it's a chase race, he goes first, then the other Liberty moves up behind, then the other Liberty goes first next turn. So I think Raikkonen clears up the chaff a lot and wins the smaller ships battle, and then is potentially going to lose big time with the libs. But as Master of the Fleet is pointing out in chat, we are wrong all the time about this kind of crack.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he's hoping that the Neb B drops into his side, forced to go first. Either rams him or lands in his front arc, at which point he's got a double tap.
Yeah.
All he has to do is survive this round, really. And that might happen for him. I don't think it's clear cut either way.
Yeah. The Master of the Fleet is guessing that he hopes to kill off the Radis Hammerhead, finish off the CR90s with A-Wings, which is what I think we thought, and then have his own A-Wings and Hammerheads chase down Neb B's Liberty. Be tricky.
Yeah, then Neb B just confirming in chat that he thinks his Admiral is under threat and it's time to make the drop.
Yeah. Well-informed sources believe his life is in danger. Yeah. I think anyone who knows the range of a Liberty or has been down range of one, he's in danger at this point. The question is, where does he drop him? I'm presuming in the back. And I presume that he'll pop Hondo as well to give him some measure of tokenage.
Yeah, I think we'll see Hondo for the nav token. Maybe a repair on the CR90. Get one of those shields back. So looking at it, I don't think he's got the drop in the rear, just because there's the flotilla and the 3 A-Wings.
Yeah, but he can overlap obstacles, right?
Yes, he can't overlap the squadrons.
Yeah.
Depends if he can fit between the generic A-Wing and the rear.
So anybody not familiar with Radis, his special ability is you can drop a ship within distance 1 of any of your other ships that you've set aside at the start of the game, and that's what we're seeing now. So this is going to come down to what value Neb B can get out of his Radis drop, and then does it leave his Liberty in a position to escape any retribution from the remainder of Aresius' fleet.
And the drop has to be in range 1, which means a slight part of the ship needs to be in range 1.
Yep. So just a sliver of its bum.
So he looks to be doing the drop that I thought he would. And did you see that when he brought up the range 1 at the front, it was just on that A-Wing, which would have made it quite difficult to get a corner in. And still facing the direction that he definitely wants to go, heading for that advanced gunnery down to.
Yeah, and Grumbleduke is pointing out. Oh, I actually attributed something to Captain Luke that was Grumbleduke, but so he pointed out the killing of the Radis Hammerhead, finish off the CR90, and chase down the Liberty with the rest of his fleet. But yeah, the rear and side don't make much difference with Moncairn and XI7s. In fact, they make no difference because you're not redirecting. against this. You're bracing every single bloody time. But Aresius' Liberty going first, I don't think helps. They're going first this turn, probably. They're definitely going first next turn. The thing is, though, that gives Neb B information. Now, what speed has this Liberty dropped at? That's the next question.
Yeah, you're right. If Aresius moves first, then although he will avoid the shot this turn, he will get a much weaker shot next turn.
If he gets a shot at all.
But Aresius could kill the Hammerhead and the CR90 and then somehow make it a non-fight between the two Liberties, just escape.
Can he escape, though? Does he have enough room?
I don't know. I think that would be a good question for Grumble Duke because he does know this Liberty far better than either of us do, I think.
What do you think, Grumble Duke? Can the Italian Liberty escape? Okay, we're seeing an adjustment. This drop has changed.
There's the drop I didn't think he could do.
Yep, and this is the thing with Radis. You can drop in some fucking crazy places. Yeah, he can't get that. But if he just, like the dials overlapping that A-wing, stops the drop, right?
Yeah, but if he shifts it slightly downwards a little bit,
yep,
it'll be fine.
So the dial on the Liberty does matter for overlap. The little blue tab on the A-wing does not matter for overlap. So they're saying less risk. So normally you can't chase if you're going second. And the issue Radis has is they can't go first here. But on turn 5, they will probably be in the rear. And probably be able to go first. Now, I don't know that they're being placed on a debris here. They're running into the corner. Like, are they going to get more value? As well as that, they don't have the advanced gunnery.
No, but Aresius only has 2 blue out the back, so he's not going to be killing a Liberty with that. He needs to get his front guns on to do anything. And actually, with this drop here, Neb B has the option of just going straight for Aresius' flag.
True. And they are battle cruiser rather than a star cruiser, so their red dice are a lot more powerful. So I think they've accepted now. They've accepted now that they're taking the debris damage. I think they're slightly overlapping, to be honest, at this point. But they've accepted they're taking the debris damage, so this gives them a bit more flexibility in what they're trying to do.
I don't think they take the debris damage on deployment.
Yeah.
That would be if they moved.
And of course, what we're forgetting is how much ramming are they prepared to do to kill off that star cruiser?
I think both these players are the type that will be very happy if they finish the game on 1 hole.
Yep.
Aresius is very much pragmatic about his ramming. He will do it when he thinks that it costs him less than his opponent. I wouldn't want it out.
So that Raikkonen flagship is double arced. So that's 7 red. With Kaken and Sholin, XI7s on Minecart.
Yeah.
And Grumble Duke is pointing out you're right about the obstacles.
Yeah, so that's the drop that I didn't think could happen. I find that whenever I play Ranus, there's always a drop that I didn't think could happen.
I think we saw in the European finals and semi-finals. I think one of the runners-up, was it the runner-up? Because Raikkonen won Europeans this year, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was the runner-up.
Runner-up. Some of the places they managed to get the Radis drop into were fantastic. Mind-blowing.
That was Noggin. He's done quite a lot of really good Radis drops for a really long time. He was at London Masters.
So Grumbleduke has pointed out that I'm an idiot. Or no, wait. Grumbleduke, the Liberty for Neb B does not have advanced gunnery. The advanced gunnery is on the GR75.
Yeah.
Captain Master Fleet Luke is wondering if that your deployment is potentially worse than the original side deployment he was going with.
I think it's less risky, but also gives him less opportunity to get the kill. I think Aresius has much more in his power to avoid death if he chooses to, because he can. I think he can do the turn and just make an escape towards the right-hand side. It's quite difficult for.
But they've got the same turning, and you have to remember that turn 4, Aresius has to go first. Then Neb B gets to move right up behind it, and it's the turn 5 kill. Is the thing that I'd find scariest, or most likely when one of the Liberties get taken out. I think the Moncairn for Riken is dead, but it's a question of when it dies and what state the other Liberty is in at this point. Master Fleet is completely agreeing with you. Sorry, go ahead.
The GR75 and the CR90, potentially both CR90s for Neb B are probably going to die to the cloud of hammerheads and A-wings and ECXs. They're in actually quite a dangerous position for where they've become for the setup for Radis. So there are points for Aresius here. Nowhere near enough to counterbalance the advanced gunnery, though.
Yeah, if this Liberty goes down, it's... If the Liberty goes down without a tabling of Neb B, I think it's all over one way or the other. Okay, I'm going to be right back. 1 second.
Neb B has set the commands. No, he hasn't. We're still waiting for confirmation that this is the final drop. Oh, no, there we go. Neb B has started to set his commands. So it's deployed at speed 2. Facing that, that's the final drop.
Yep.
Game on.
I think, as they say, the hounds smell the fox. So, Biggs has joined on Vassal, has he? Well, hopefully we can get him in here. The man responsible for all this madness occurring. Hopefully this format is working for the Armada players. Like, if there's anything you'd like moved around in future in relation to what's visible on the screen, if there's anything you'd like removed or anything you don't think is useful, throw some feedback in the chat and we'll try and do better next time. But remember that this content is steelstrategy.com rather than generated by myself, and they'd be streaming this except for real life causing problems.
We're seeing a very slow setting of commands here. Still haven't got to the Liberty commands yet. He's clearly still thinking through his battle plan.
Well, I think without a time limit and a final match, like where you can lose by the smallest of margins. But once one of these Liberties is dead, then we're really into mop-up territory this point. Like, these are the decisions that are going to matter.
I don't think we're going the full 6 hours of Ardell and Caribbean Ninja back in, I think it was Wave 2.
Went 6 hours.
Yeah, I didn't stay up for all of it. I listened back at some point. It was I think there was 7 CR90Bs for Ardell, and then 3 Vix victories with TIE bombers.
Okay, so we've got a Hondo being popped. And
for squadron.
Yep. So I think, where is the squadron going? That is the question, because I think this is thought to bring in an A-wing to try and buy that CR90 some life.
So you could potentially give it to the CR90 because would have thought it wants to activate first. Best chances to move.
And there's only Tycho in range. So where has that token gone? Oh, that token has gone to the Quantum Storm.
Yeah, but he's made a mistake.
He's what?
He's overwritten his nav token on the Liberty, and I think he did it actually just flat.
Okay.
Aresius takes the repair token on the Liberty.
No shock there.
Concentrate fire on one is flotillas. Would sound odd, except that obviously Ahsoka can convert that to anything he likes.
Yeah, I'm surprised though it didn't go on the Leia flotilla, because that's the one that has the comms net. And particularly if that one's going to go squadron, it could still pass the token to the Liberty. So they're figuring out their Hondo tokens. This is one thing where Vassal takes a bit more finessing than real life. And we're still awaiting, I think we're about 25 minutes into this turn and we've yet to see the first activation, but this is understandable on a Radis drop turn. Extremely understandable.
Yeah. Rush Proteus says that he thinks Ahsoka is going to take the contract fire token, turn it into a squadron token, and command 3 squadrons. I think he could be right.
Yep.
Like a likely strategy.
But Neb B has the first activation, so throwing Tycho in to tie up the other 2 A-wings is not tying up his other Tycho. He'll tie up the generic and Shara, but it can't really shoot them.
No, and if it shoots the VCXs, then it's going to take a while.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. The VCXs, are the VCXs in range to just jump around the side? Because if he goes aside to prevent the CXs, it means he's on Tycho and Shara. Well,
yeah, actually, I think it would have to be a suicide mission. It's jumping just to give him the turn he needs to get out.
Does it even buy him the turn, though? Can he just use Tycho and the 2 VCXs to get in?
Well, I think he can tie up both VCXs, Shara.
Yeah,
well, and
that's the better location to jump. But that means there are the possibility of 2 black dice putting it to, well, yeah, I still got full shield side, so I can burn the redirect to prevent any damage. So Neb B is going with their Admiral. I
suppose. Activate it first.
Yeah, and maybe they can get it out of dodge. Like if it goes right into the corner, but I don't think so.
No, it's limited to speed 3. It's one of the reasons I'm not actually a huge fan of the Hammerhead. I still think if I'm building in activations, I prefer the CR90. but I know that's a personal choice because I think a lot of people favour the Hammerheads.
I think the CR90 is the better ship, but if you just need a warm body, sometimes the Hammerhead. I like the Hammerhead for very specific jobs. The CR90 is just your journeyman who you give him TRCs, he'll get fucking work done.
Yeah, and I find that the CR90 is a lot happier to activate at any point during your turn. It will always be able to do something, which lets you bring your key pieces to the important activations. So usually the first, usually the last. And the CR90 will do what it can with the rest because it will bring its potentially TRCs at long range. It can then be not under much threat and still contribute a lot. Whereas Hammerheads like to get close to really contribute. Although we did see the Scout Hammerheads with the slave turrets at one point. Task Force were gone for the rerolls. Could do quite a bit.
I'm not sure I like slave turrets though.
Not even on a ship that doesn't really have a side arc?
I think, I don't know, I think they're what, 5 points? And what are you putting on? Are you putting on a scout that's 3 reds? I suppose it's okay, but the rebels have far more effective ways of just generating a shed ton of red dice if they want it.
Yeah, it depends what your overall fleet is. So slave turrets is 6 points. You can put it on the 41-point Scout Corvette. Throw in a concentrate fire dial. You're up to 4 red. And then with Task Force or Gunner, for 1 more point, you can reroll 2 of them.
And what? How much?
5 red.
And how many points is that? Compared to
all in, that's 48 points.
And that's what?
And
that's only
that's is 50.
Yeah, so that's only 3 less than a CR90 doing a far better job. Because I think the TRC is worth far more than the extra red.
It definitely used to be.
Well, this is the other thing. Remember that CR90 is getting a double arc in all likelihood. So it's still maybe getting the same amount of reds.
Yeah, so a CR90 on a double arc at red range is 2 reds out the front, 1 red out the side.
Yep.
It'll get the double from the TRC on one of those, compared to potentially 4 red dice with 2 rerolls on a Scout Corvette.
You're counting, that's if the CR90, you're counting the Scout Corvette, Scout Hammerhead having concentrate fired, and the CR90 not have done that.
So when you run CR90s, you find that you have to use the nav dial every turn because every so often you need it. Whereas Hammerheads are much more of the slow roll. They're quite happy to go at low speed. They've got very good maneuverability at slow speed.
Even at high speed. Even at high speed, the CR90, I don't know. I don't know that you need to nav every turn with it.
No, that's true. So we could be going 2 red on the CR90 as well.
And the other thing is the CR90 sticks around longer. Because it's just bloody awkward to get. Now, Kuats can make make it a bit different, but yeah, I don't know. It's hard to know. I'm a lot more terrified of CR90s than I am Hammerheads in mass formation, and I've run a lot of mass Hammerheads.
I'm right there with you. I just thought I'd offer an alternative opinion.
Yep.
Some people do. I think it's the Sato list definitely prefer Hammerheads, but that's for completely different reasons. I've never particularly been a fan because you're limited on the rerolls, or you get lots of rerolls if you really.
Okay, now
here we go.
Yeah, I thought he might consider. Okay, so kicking and showing everything.
This is the Liberty activation. It's gone first for Aresius.
Yep.
looks like it's going to try and get the kill on the hammerhead, which is going to take 2 shots because it's at red range.
Yeah, it being at red range, I think it might well survive. Though it is taking 2 hull from this shot.
And it might take 2 more from a ram.
But do you want to be ramming it? Like, it's not the same as ramming a flotilla here.
No. Just to say, we have 3 new voices listening in on the commentary here, direct in the Vassal Discord. If they want to say hello, let us know.
Or if they want to help us or comment, Biggs is here.
You guys hear me?
Can you repeat that, good buddy?
Hold on a second. Discord does not always like me.
Oh, you're coming through loud and clear now, though.
Okay, there we go.
So Biggs is responsible for all this shenanigans. Okay, I need to turn down... Somebody needs to turn down their Vassal, though.
Yeah, hold on one sec.
Okay, and now we've seen the second shot from the lib, and it's 2 accuracies and 2 blanks. That is nothing. So that is a whiff. And he cannot ram the flagship to death.
No. I mean, he will be able to go first next turn, but I suspect he might want to do other things.
Well, he's going first next turn. He has no choice. It's bail.
Yeah, I mean, he will probably wanted to have been doing something else other than finishing off the hammerhead. I think that was in his plan. As we know, if you run with the red dice, it's going to let you down at some point.
Yep, they will fuck you each and every time. But we were saying earlier, thanks Biggs for running this tournament. I'm sure everyone in the community appreciates all the work you've been doing for the last 5-6 months to get this going. And without your contribution, like, we'd all be a bit lost. And shout out to the people who've run it before as well, and run other of the events organised on Vassal and other places. You know, it's not easy being a tournament organiser, and it's really not easy being a tournament organiser when your players are feckless internationals all around the globe. We're trying to get in a match after work every day. So I think I speak for all of us and say we really appreciate everything you do. Yeah, we've got a woof from the Australians commiserating with our Italians over that red roll, and Grumble you commenting, that's red dice for you. I think that's a common sentiment. Though to be fair, I hate blue squadron dice far more than I hate red dice.
Oh, but if you run exclusively rebels, then you've always got Torin Far.
Yeah, but that would require skill in actually getting her in place. And I am terrible at arranging that.
Fair enough. I have long argued that the range restriction on Torin Fire is actually quite a big deal. I tend to get shouted down in those conversations, but there you go. Aresius is really struggling with this maneuver right here. He's not sure what to do. I think he was not planning on having that hammerhead still standing.
And
it's kind of in the way.
Yeah. I think it's reasonable the hammerhead survives. Like,
yeah, but if it had survived on one hold, then he would have been able to ram it and still get an engine tech turning. I think he definitely wanted to be heading hard right as much as he could. And the hammerhead is in just the wrong spot to block that.
Yep.
Okay, guys, I think I got my mic situation fixed. Can everybody hear me okay?
You're a little staticky, but you're not too bad, so you should be coming through the Discord and you should be coming through in the stream.
Excellent. Yeah, so, anyone mind catching me up, seeing as how I've been stuck at work and got home and started making a pizza, and this is what I'm coming into?
So I think you've got a small bit of feedback on your mic. So if you're watching the stream, maybe mute the stream, but that might be what's causing it. But basically, We had a turn 3 drop of Neb B's Liberty directly behind the Riken Liberty. We've had no ships die so far. We've got a CR90 on 2 hull. Bale is set for next turn. We're on turn 3 now. And we've no fighters down either. And Bale is on Aresius' Liberty. So he will have to go first next turn, and he's got Neb B's Liberty up his ass. That's about sum it up, Gink.
Yeah, that's about it. I think turn deployment was as you'd expect. The Aresius Liberty dropped opposite Radis's flagship just to apply the pressure. The drop came out early. Turns 1 and 2 were fairly uneventful. The CR90 managed to get into the side arc rather than the front arc at red range, so kept itself alive, gave Neb B the options he needed on the drop. And then Aresius surprised us a little bit by heading directly for the Radis flagship, because now he's put himself in this position and we weren't sure how he was planning on getting out of it, and it looks like he's struggling.
There was a point where we were wondering, could the CR90, which dropped the Radis flagship, actually stay out of blue range and out of the front arc, but Neb B pulled it off. Also, the last rolls against the Radis Hammerhead were not fantastic.
The first roll with 4 dice, 4 hits, 4 damage wasn't particularly bad. It's the lack of re-rolls on the second one, and as you can see, it was 2 accuracies, 2 blanks. Not contributing much.
That's unfortunate.
And considering the first roll only became 4 hits out of the reroll, it was also 2 accuracies and 2 blanks as well. So the initial rolling off the reds was not great. Now, maybe it would have been worth the while to put the concentrate fire on that Liberty, but even then, 1 extra hull damage, still not great. Now, does the Riken flagship survive to do anything? I'm guessing not.
It can always be Rikened to survive to do things.
But it's currently not in range. I think it needs to live till next turn to be able to do anything.
Yeah, so Aresius has put himself at red range of the Liberty there. So it's going to be taking 5 red dice, I believe. Yep, 5 red dice.
And that's into the side. So
and it will probably might be into the rear, but either way it should be obstructed, so it should only be 4.
Yeah, I think where they both are turn 5 is going to be telling.
Why did Aresius end up bracing?
So he braced from the shot from the Radis Hammerhead. Now,
that's going to make a big difference, because the intel officer is actually going to be able to force a discard.
Well, the intel officer was always going to be able to. Well,
no, because if he has 2 green braces, he uses the other one.
True. I get what you're saying. I was thinking, oh, he'll get an accuracy. He's got H9s, and neither of these guys are running H9s. They've just gone for the sheer destructive firepower. So
yeah, and when you've only got 4 red dice, 1 accuracy is really reducing the amount of damage you're putting through.
So here's this. Here's the Tycho suicide run we're expecting off the Quantum Storm. And this is so the CR90 lives. Well, to try and enable the CR90 living.
Yeah, but in doing so, he's likely to land on that asteroid. It's causing problems. And then probably a ram from the Hammerhead. Quantum Storm We're going to be in a tricky position here.
Yeah, I think he's making the points decision. Quantum Storm is less valuable than CR90. Because if the CR90 gets away from those squadrons, like there's nothing rear arc of Hammerhead is doing to it.
I've got to say, I'm kind of interested in how he's using the advanced gunnery as sort of a first player most wanted.
True.
I'm not sure he had much choice. They've obviously played each other a lot, and I know from my own experience, taking fire lanes or SenseNet doesn't end well against Aresius. It might not be that he wants to use advanced gunnery, it might be that he has to.
So that's a bit of a flub from the Tycho on the strategic ship. Okay, I'm going to find the settings where potentially my Vassal volume is causing the problem with the dice.
Yeah, I'm all on earphones here, so it shouldn't be feedbacking through.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. If you can put it on headphones so that it still goes onto your stream but doesn't come through to your microphone.
Yep. I'm actually just looking in Vassal. Where the hell do I disable this thing?
I don't think you do. You'd have to go into your volume mixer on your computer and turn Vassal down.
Okay. Yeah, let's just kill Vassal sounds for now. Just I think that may have been causing some problems, so hopefully we don't hear exploding, and then I'll get the headphones set up a bit better for next time. Sorry about that, everyone. Mandalorian Moose, thanks for that. So we shouldn't hear exploding dice anymore. Yes, you weren't injured by Ginkapo, but I think the stream's on a slight delay.
Yep, Truthiness has just come on to chat to celebrate the Liberties being in the final. So he's been doing quite a lot himself.
Now, if only they had Garm at the helm, he'd be so happy.
Yep, bringing the Liberty title for those 2 squadron activations.
I could be wrong, but I don't think there was a single Garm in the tournament.
I think there's a reason for that now, to be fair.
Yeah, everyone's afraid to play good commanders.
Oh no.
Yeah, we forgot to say that one of the things you missed out on the stream was earlier suggestions that Garm was a weaker admiral.
Oh, I haven't flown him, I don't think. So maybe I should shut up before I put up. Have you tried him out, Gink?
I think I did at some point. But I tend to have a philosophy that if you're using tokens, it's because you made a mistake, which tends to not really be true. It's just a belief I have that's based on absolutely nothing.
I would just like to take one moment to point out that there are only 2 commanders that have won a world championship, and one of those commanders is Garm.
This is a point.
Yep, it's a very good point.
But I like to think of that win as Commander Tycho and the A-Wings winning that world championship. But it is true in the truest possible way. So yeah, Grumbleduke is commenting about when your Quantum Storm ends up. Yeah. Like, I don't know if Quantum Storm could it overlap Shara? It doesn't matter if it overlaps Tycho, because Tycho is not engaged, because Tycho be Tycho, yo. But yeah, if they move Shara, where they end up is right.
I think he does have to make the ram onto Aresius' flotilla, just get the extra damage, because I can't see Quantum Storm surviving this.
I think Quantum Storm is fucked, but it's a case of, do they end up in a situation where they're also messing up that CR90?
I don't know. Maybe there's a speed 3 that he just showed. Takes him out.
It is the double click on the end there.
Maybe not. Fine margins. I'd always like to see the double Quantum Storm ram. Play the game properly. Ramming everywhere. That's the best way to do whole damage.
Well, Quantum Storm will blow itself up in that case. So I'm not sure blowing your own ship up from full.
No, the time I've seen it done extremely effectively was by Matt Antilles, who was running Intel Sweep.
And used it to take out the other objective ship?
Yeah, and he used it to kill his opponent's objective ship turn 2 with a double ram, suicided his own Quantum Storm, took the objective that way.
Okay.
Beyond that, I don't think I've seen flotilla ramming that effect.
No, that is potentially the best use. So Quantum Storm is safe there-ish, as safe as it's going to be. But the one thing there, it does prevent, they should Quantum Storm out of the way, because if they don't, it's going to prevent that CR90 double ramming that other flotilla in front of it.
Yeah.
Oh no, they've just sliced Dia to concentrate fire, and they're not Quantum Storming. And I think there's some confusion over what was done to the Leia flotilla. Yeah, it potentially does want to jump the GR75. So,
Mic check.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you. Too loud, too quiet.
no, you're just grand. Just be aware you're being streamed onto the Twitch stream when you talk in this channel.
Okay, I apologize if I'm interrupting.
You're not interrupting, we're just watching the Vassal World Cup, so if you have any commentary, feel free to make it, just so you don't give out your social security number or anything like that live to the internet. Probably be best, that's all.
Sorry, what's happening in this channel right now?
The Vassal World Cup final?
I'm still new to Star Trek Online, so I'm still learning everything.
So,
Ban
basically,
this sick filth.
it's the World Cup of the Vassal tournament. You can watch it on Twitch, or if you have Vassal installed, you can see the match going on right now. So there's a link in the general channel to the stream.
And that's Star Wars Armada.
Yeah, so this isn't Star Wars Online, it's Star Wars Armada. I've just reposted in the general channel the link, though, to the Twitch channel if you want to see what's happening. But yeah, so Leia's trying to escape. And then they remembered that flak is a thing. So any attempt to use up the scatters on Tycho to try and free up the squads. And then I'm not sure what he's hoping for there with the blacks into the back of the Liberty, but I don't think a GR75 has that many torpedo tubes, gentlemen.
Well, it's made it out alive. It's good.
So narrow escapes for flotillas everywhere. Now, can the CR90 be as lucky?
I apologize. Are you in a TFO right now?
Sorry? A TFO?
The task force operation, or what is it that are you playing?
Okay, so Star Wars Armada is a wargame by Fantasy Flight. So this is not an online game, but we're using an online program to play it. So this isn't Star Wars: The Old Republic or something like that. If you think that's where we are, this is a board game wargame by Fantasy Flight.
All right, I'm sorry. If you want me to leave the channel, that's wrong. I just started playing
No.
Star Trek Online, and this was a channel.
Oh, this isn't related to Star Trek Online, I'm afraid. Have we a mistake here, Biggs? Didn't that? Oh no, didn't that Leia flotilla get slicered?
It did. He revealed the old command, which was slice to concentrate fire. Instead of changing it, he just revealed the command. He took the concentrate fire token, and then
Yes.
he spent a Sokatano to
Yeah.
switch that token for the token that he wanted all along, which was the navigate.
Yeah. Sure, if I'd been paying attention.
Right, thank you for your help. I'm sorry for interrupting.
No bother, you're grand, don't worry. But I think you definitely have the wrong game. And potentially the wrong IP as well. But again, that's another reason why Ahsoka, I think, is far better than Hondo for Rebels.
Yeah, that's true. Hondo couldn't react this quickly.
And that's one thing where I can't really crap talk on Garm is I haven't played a Garm game since Ahsoka came out.
Ahsoka's pretty much married to Space Dad. She just makes his ability much, much better, especially when you start throwing peltas and fleet commands into.
I don't think she's married to him. I think more she follows him around going, for fuck's sake, I have to fix this shit again. That's how I see their relationship. Oh, Garm, what have you gotten yourself into now, you lovable scamp?
If I want to look up the game you're playing, what do I search in Google?
So if you search Star Wars Armada, Fantasy Flight games.
Shameless plug time. If you go to steelstrategy.com, you can find a new beginner's guide to Armada.
Biggs, you just cut out there.
Oh, heard it loud and clear this end.
Actually, you can probably direct message him the site as well through
Yeah, I already have.
Grant. But yeah, it's a fantastic resource. If anyone hasn't been there, steelstrategy.com for all your Legion and Star Wars Armada needs and coverage of this whole competition.
Less so Legion these days.
Sure. Sure, they're only ground powders anyway, you know? They don't get to play with the big toys at all.
If this is a tournament channel, I'll leave and stop disturbing immediately. If you.
This is a tournament channel, but we're just trying to fill the dead air between the decisions at the moment, so don't worry too much. But I would suggest, yeah, if you just take a look at the stream and take a look at the what the boys have sent you, that'll give you an idea of what we're up to, you know. And I'm sure there'll be a beginners tournament announced on Steel Strategy or on the forums before too long.
Well, thank you very much.
No bother. Have a lovely evening. And Grumbleduke is pointing out that the 10 blacks the transport rolled against the Liberty wouldn't have even killed it. Which is important when people roll hypothetical dice that a ship doesn't have. It's good to know whether it would have worked or not.
Should have rolled some hypothetical blues to fish for some accuracy.
Yep. I do like how he's leaving the dice there just as a kind of threatening hanging over Neb B's head, like, you give me enough time, this is what my fleet will do to you. Though I don't think his fleet can actually generate that many blacks. And if we give him forever. I'll just move the dice counter out a bit more, just in case there are more, but I don't think we're seeing more than 7 dice of any one colour out of anything.
So Aresius is taking quite a long time to work out what his next activation is. What do you reckon he might be considering here? I think the only one I can see is the consider activation of 3 squadrons. Or 2 now. Because he can't turn that concentrate fire token into a squadron token.
Well, maybe he wants to activate the Hammerhead. If he's got a navigate and he lands on the opposing Tycho, that could free up an extra squadron. And I think that's what he's considering.
And he could also be trying to bring his recon flag into the front arc of Neb B's Liberty properly so that he can only shoot one of the Moncaron and the flagship to choose.
Well, he's at red range currently as well. So I think he's trying to wait out Neb B.
But he's currently in both arcs, so he would get himself out of the side, and he hasn't got gunnery teams, so he wouldn't be able to shoot them both. It might help.
True. It may be a case that he's hoping to get in the rear arc of that Lib, though, and do a bit of ramming.
And what I did not see coming is a squadron command on one of the Hammerheads.
Yep. You obviously didn't read enough of certain people's articles on using them as carriers. You should be spending more time on Steel Strategy, Gink.
I thought we established from that. I remember it was Truthiness who wrote them, and I thought he established that the expanded Hangar Bay Hammerhead was not the carrier he thought it was, even if it could take flight controllers.
So I don't know why he's not flacking, or at least shooting with the Hammerhead before he moves. So that seems to be an oversight. And he's removed the tool and just remembered it.
I'd point out that his Hammerhead pocket carrier concept that involved not only the Hammerhead and an expanded hangars, it also involved Leia as the commander, which I think is a good enough reason to dismiss it.
I think somebody's talking smack about their rival site and can't get that chip out. Getting in the Leia digs.
Hey, all I know is that I continually have Garm rated as a B tier commander, and Leia is continually ranked as a D tier to F tier commander just because of her prohibitive cost. She has such potential to be good, but they just killed her in the cost.
Yep, the cost of Leia. If she was either cheaper or she didn't have a restriction. I don't see the point of a restriction. Maybe they just got so much PSD from the rapid launch bays that they put in the restriction so it was very clear you couldn't do like two commands of the same kind, two tokens of the same kind of command, but she is far overcosted. The one thing is though, have you had the Seal Squadron versus I Can't Get the Ship Out grudge match of Garn versus Leia? That's what you need to do.
We have not yet had that game. We keep planning on and hoping, and it did not happen at regionals, and we're looking forward to Worlds. And he's going to get more drunk than me the night before because my liver just isn't able to handle the booze that it's used to. So
He doesn't play on Vassal at all. Geek doesn't normally, right?
No, not at all. In defense of the Hammerhead carrier, I will point out I did have some success with it as a Hammerhead scout with expanded hammer bays and ruthless strategist. That I found that to be a reasonable carrier.
Yeah.
Just because the flak to bear as well kind of gave it the dual duty. Not top tier, not fantastic, but reasonably fun to play.
Yeah. Ruthless strategist, like it's just a natural home for them, is the Hammerhead. Particularly if you can get in that bit of Draven action. And you've got some Y-Wings lying around.
And a bit of Torrent Fire as well. Increase it. I've always seen Ruthless Strategist as much stronger for the Imperials just because you've got the YV666s. I think they tie together much better and where I'm going to get.
So chat, it's good to notice that every commentator is now pulling out their own personal jank between Garm, the YV66s. By the way, have you used the your full complement of those now that you picked up extra at Euros? Were they effective? Have you been proved right by them?
Well, yeah, that's why I took the heavy TIE bomber list to the Aldershot regionals, was so I could use 3 YV6s on the table. So yeah,
Nice.
some of the YV6s you gave me at Euros was winners of a regionals.
Ah, sure. Can't ask for more than that. Okay, so
we've got a CR90 here for Neb B. Might be lining itself up to take on one of the Hammerheads.
Yeah, like I thought it would be trying to get out of dodge at this point. Like, I don't see it as any great advantage on taking on Hammerhead head to head. What I don't understand.
As long as it stays at the range, it does far better at reds than red and blue than the Hammerhead does.
That CR90 only has blue, Skink.
Oh yeah, my bad. Yeah, I'm not sure because it looks like Neb B's plan is entirely kill the Liberty, take the double advanced gunnery points, and settle for that.
Like, is he bringing around in case the other Liberty escapes? Is that the plan? I'm also a bit confused that CR90 on 2 hull hasn't gone yet. But if nothing is happening,
it's not going to die immediately.
Yep.
Especially with Tycho holding those squadrons down.
And he's just rolled 3 crits to try and hit the thing. Try and hit Tycho. Are we not seeing some counter from Tycho? Should we see some counter now? Again, another Hammerhead with a squadron command. Was the counter missed there from when Tycho was targeted by the VCX?
Admittedly, I can't see the VCX dying and what happens in this game.
No.
I think there's a bypass to it, but it's top level. You should really be taking every opportunity you've got, just in case.
Well, unless you're yeah. Except attacking Shara Bay. You either have a plan to kill that lady or you don't touch her. But those hammerheads could well chase down that CR90 between the two of them. I'm not convinced with where he's gone.
I'm trying to listen and understand. Would you recommend just reading the Steel Series website to try and learn?
Yeah, that'd be your best bet for the starting off would be the Steel Strategy website. Like you can hear us and see what we're talking about if you go to the stream here. I'll just send you a message to that.
Thank you.
I would
I'll leave
suggest-
now and stop bothering you.
You're
So
okay.
just real quick before you leave, up at the top of Steel Squad, up on top of steelstrategy.com, there is a bunch of links. The first one's Armada 2019 World Cup homepage, which if you're watching this is a good resource. The one that most interests you is Welcome to Armada, the New Player's Resource Guide. I'd suggest clicking that, give that a read, and then when you're done with that, take a look at the Commander's Guides. That'll tell you all about the different ships.
Thank you.
So Grumbleduke is making the point that the hammerhead, that the CR90 can escape the hammerheads. My concern is where is he escaping to? But it looks like Aurelius has changed his mind, and he's not going to send the second hammerhead after that CR90. Looks like he's going to go hunting for Neb B's liberty. This Bregio Arius, no one's winning right now. I'd say the Riken Liberty is in a lot more danger. And a lot depends on what happens with Neb B's Liberty and the Riken flagship, because the Hammerhead is in range. And double arced.
Yeah, so quick recap is that halfway through turn 3, we've got 2 hull damage on one of Neb B's CR90s and 2 damage to Tycho, also Neb B's. And I think that's about it. Some shield damage everywhere else.
2 damage on a VCX.
Oh, yeah. That's Aresius' VCX there. Still very much early engagement on the fight, still setting out the terms.
Yeah, and
Maybe
let's... It's 2 hull on the Radis flagship. Oh, yep. We missed that. There's 2 hull on the Radis flagship, but there is no cards for it.
Yeah.
I blame that for why we didn't notice.
I have to admit I misspoke earlier. There's actually 3 commanders that have won worlds. And those commanders are Garm, Dodonna, and Right.
Ah, yes, of course.
Yep. Good old Dodonna. That is my favorite commander. He just does so much for so little.
Dodonna and a bunch of Y-Wings.
And it's funny, it's like Riken Aces has won twice, but the other 2 times Rebels have won, they've won without any real aces at all. Though admittedly JJ's win was abusing the double reroll at the time on the Bomber Command Center, which did increase the effectiveness of that list, something significant. But then again, the only way you can guarantee beating JJ, as they say in the film, is while he's in bed with a stick, because that man is terrifying to face. Okay, so now we see.
I've ever had.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I don't think I've ever had the pleasure of playing JJ, although I have played two-time North American champion Q, and or I'm sorry, not North American, U.S. national champion Q, and got my rear end handed to me
Yes.
both times. One significantly worse than the other.
So the first shot's from the CR90. It's trying to reach out and touch a hammerhead. And there's no evade.
Just tickles. Slight tickles that at some point might manage to turn into something more, but
I'm not seeing where that damage is coming from, though, that kills that hammerhead. But you might as well use the shots, you never know. And then they're going to flak. So the only activations left after this are there is a GR75 and the Raikkonen flagship on one side and the Liberty on the other. So I'm guessing if Raikkonen hasn't gone at this point, the next activation will be the GR75.
I'd expect the same.
And while they're out of range to coordinate the A-wings, normally the relay should have both A-wings which are not tied down in range. And that GR75 has a concentrate fire token, so it's only commanding 2 squadrons. It may be getting double rammed, but if it gets double rammed, it is freeing up another squadron to go after it. And I think that's what they're trying to do now, is get the ram and not land on the squadron. But I think if they get the ram and not land on the squadron, they don't get the second ram. What do you think, Gink?
Yeah, it looks like at the moment he's gonna, to get the double ram, he's gonna end up landing on Tycho.
Yep.
Give Aresius the option to free up the squadrons. But if he, yeah, no, there's 3 hull left on that flotilla, so he's not going to kill it.
Nope.
It's then going to move forward, and I wouldn't be so sure that Neb B's Moncaron would be using a shot on it, given that it currently has the side shot onto the Recon flagship.
And I think the Raikkonen flagship is going to go last.
Yeah, so I think the flotilla might survive just by being the lowest priority kill on the board.
Beneath his notice.
Yep.
But I think that's Neb B's plan with their A-wings, is to just feed them in one at a time and tie up the squadron balls as much as possible.
I wouldn't be so sure. I've seen him send an A-wing out of the battle before. I think it tends to be that he's looked at the game, looked at his A-wing and decided that he can't feed it effectively, that if he puts it into the fight, it will die incredibly quickly without really achieving anything. So he's better just conserving the 11 points by keeping it clear.
But does he need to keep the squadron ball tied up and away from his lib? Because that's the biggest threat. If that lib is heavily damaged by an advanced gunnery out the side or arse of Arelius's one, the only thing that's hunting it down realistically is the squadron ball. Because it does those hammerheads, only one's going to be in position. Now, if Raikkonen's hammerhead actually lives, then maybe. But it's not living through next turn.
Yeah, I think it'll be a small margin thing. My suspicion would be that if Neb B manages to lock down the squad ball for this turn, that then the squads will struggle to get back into position to really put in 3 more turns of damage onto the Liberty. And I think you need the extended pressure, not just a catch up on turn 6 and apply a few damage. It needs to be continuous. I think they will struggle to do that.
Major Turk, thanks for the follow of the channel. So generally what we'll put in the go live notifications, what we're running, if we're running Eternal or Star Wars Armada or Battletech once they fix the bug in their Iron Man save. But yeah, if anybody else wants to, when we stream Vassal or we stream anything else, I'll put it in the go live notification so you don't end up watching a game you're not interested in, you know? So feel free to follow the channel. Probably the other games will be probably less less prestigious than this one. What Twitch
Just
channel?
glad you were available. I'm just glad you were available to be able to do this.
No bother. What Twitch channel do you normally stream these 2 bigs anyway?
Well, I've got a Twitch channel of my own that basically I only use for streaming
Do you know
World Cup tournaments.
Do you know what it's called? And I'll put a link in the chat so people know to follow that as well.
I think it's Biggs IRL. I could be wrong though.
I'll take a look.
I go on Twitch and it pops up.
I'll find it there.
Yeah, no, it's Biggs IRL.
Yeah, okay, so I'm going to put a link to that in chat. So if you're looking for normally where this competition will be streamed, it's Biggs IRL.
So Neb B has decided not to go for the Rem. But maybe lining it up for next turn just to make sure he can get the kill with a potential double arc followed up by a double Rem.
Well, he gets it into position to shoot as well. So, like if he just gets 1 accuracy and 2 damage, then the double ram kills it in 1 go.
And with Aresius going first with his Bale Liberty next turn, he might not want to do first activation with his own Liberty. So this gives him an option to do something powerful on his first activation. Looks like a smart play to me.
Yep. Because I don't see any other of his ships that are in real danger that will survive. Like the flagship is, I think we're all agreed the flagship is dead. Unless Aurelius uses, like if Aurelius maybe has a side shot, might use it on the Chasing Liberty. But if it's just a rear shot, or if they don't think the side shot is going to do much, then they might not bother.
No, I think Aresius will have to kill the flagship just so he's got points on the board.
Yep. And then hope his own Liberty can just run. But I don't see it being able to run. Now, if Neb has done something silly like have one of those commands and not be a nav command, then maybe.
I'd be surprised.
But the other thing is, has Neb B miscalculated? Because the one thing with this flight path of his Liberty is it started slightly closer to the edge of the board than Aurelius's. And by the way, for everyone who's heard me change my pronunciation of my good friend Alejandro's name repeatedly over the stream, I just cannot figure out how to pronounce that handle, so I'm really sorry, Chief. And to any of the Italians listening, and I owe you a pint next time I see you due to the disastrous pronunciation. But maybe does Neb B have enough room to turn completely in that corner?
That's definitely one for shout outs to those watching. Let us know what you think.
No one has lost.
Got any experts on the channel.
Yeah, place your bets now. Can Neb B's Liberty turn in time? No one has lost a Liberty yet. Happy Tanker 2. It's just Neb B's is faded, so they were working out fire arcs. So that may be the confusion. And Neb B's making the point there are no easy decisions here. Not many, at least for no ship. And I think our Austrian commander is correct in that. There are no easy decisions. So is the squadron command not being used here?
Apparently not. Probably
No.
decided that he gets just as much benefit activating in the squadron phase. So he may as well save the token.
Isn't Tycho out of range, though?
Yeah, so Tycho was out of range of... Oh, but he could activate it through the VCX.
Yeah, but Tycho is out of range during the squadron phase, isn't he? He's not going to get a shot.
But he can get a shot onto the CR90, which might be all he wants to do. But yeah, you're right. That's the one that maybe he could do something here.
Yeah. But is shooting the CR90 in the rear any useful? Any use?
Maybe not.
So Happy Tanker...
Yeah, and he could have activated the A-Wing as well. So
Yeah.
he could have done the A-Wing and Tycho through the VCXs. And...
Yeah, and that's what I'm a bit confused out about. But again, our speculation, viewers, is just that. We're not in the final, so please remember that.
So it looks like the CR90 of Neb B has a front arc lined up onto the flotilla next turn. It's going to be one of those. Does it get the accuracy in the 2 hits or not?
Yep.
If it does, it'll be able to finish off with a double ram.
Okay, so now there's the Liberty activation. And do they fluff this or not? They're rolling not as many dice, and it is against the front arc. Or is it? It's the exact same number of dice. Sorry, it's 8 dice. So it's 8 dice. Intel.
8. It's got 4 red dice against the Liberty, and then it has to choose a different target for the side arc. It hasn't got gunnery team.
Yeah, but it could do front arc and side arc against the Raikkonen Hammerhead.
Yep. Or it could choose to do a side arc against the flotilla and just help out that CR90 a bit.
I think the flotilla, though, is the least... Like, I think you've got to take the chance that the flotilla can be taken out by the CR90.
And I think there's a decision here as well as to whether he goes for the points for the Recon flagship or whether he starts trying to kill the Liberty, because if you don't start killing the Liberty early, you're not going to kill it.
Well, remember, he's going to spend the whole game chasing the Liberty. And his turn 5, he'll get to go first at black range into the backer side of the Liberty, in all likelihood. So, he's going for the Liberty.
Yeah. One of the things that Rash Protest mentioned earlier is that if they do a flagship trade, and that's the only thing that happens this game, Neb B would win, because the Recon flag is slightly more expensive than the Radar's flag.
It's a good point.
Great consideration. Looks like he's still deciding.
Yep. So they're actually deciding if the shot's going to be obstructed at the moment. And Aresius is suggesting that it won't be. Does somebody who's in Vassal want to jump in and give an observer perspective on it?
Yeah.
I could, but that will mess up the stream. I'll have to resize Vassal. And we're also got a...
Yeah, that's not obstructed. Just clear of the debris field.
Yeah, if you want to just Put
If they ask for an official measurement
Yep.
as big as set,
Yep,
we
yep.
can tell them, but it's
Otherwise,
up
it's
to
down to them. But also taking a bit of a break, one of the players for just a minute. Yeah, so that's 5 red dice into the back of Liberty.
Yep. Likely to be braced, but in doing so would lose a brace token, discard.
Yep.
So you'd be getting whole damage through, probably criticals.
It's red dice, who the fuck knows?
Yeah, but Capeton and Shodan red dice, slightly more powerful.
Slightly more reliable, but we'll just never count your red dice before they've actually done their damage. Unless they're on a Vader Kuat, then yeah.
Yeah, the Vader Simoon straight up kills anything it looks at, pretty much.
Because remember, like, if it's only 3 damage, then you can always redirect. And what we've got to remember here is the intel officer must be declared. Oh, that's a spicy fucking meatball. So now, if they don't declare the intel officer, it won't matter. Oh, they're intelling the redirect.
Odd choice.
Well, no, because they can accuracy the green brace and kick on Sholan. So
yeah, no, I just would think that in this situation he's not going to use redirect anyway because of XI7s. So then
the thing is, he might want to save his brace, but here what he's ensuring that whatever he uses.
Because he then just went and re-rolled the accuracy.
Okay, then I'm talking complete bollocks.
More damage, which wouldn't stack up with the decision to intel the redirect, but he's got fortunate here. Actually, he's both braces. Intels the redirect, does 4 damage.
And a crit. And that crit.
Baby drill.
So yeah, he's discarded the redirect.
There's a few criticals.
Has he ignored the fact? Yeah, he's ignored the fact of XI7s. Yeah, the few criticals, all right. Could be problematic. Sorry, go ahead, Gink. I didn't mean to speak over you.
Yeah, no. I think there's quite a few criticals that affect liberties quite badly if they affect the maneuver at all.
Yep.
Just because they struggle. They're quite finely balanced on maneuvers and yours anyway.
And projector misalignment is one that actually would be. Why is he taking 2 cards? Not fully sure.
There might be 2 for the hammerhead there, maybe.
Okay. Yeah, they've gone too many cards.
Yeah, so it's Rush Control Malfunction was the one that reduces the yaw value on the last adjustable joint.
Yeah, there's also one that does 1 damage. You cannot ready your defense tokens. Okay. That's fairly bad. Now, admittedly, they are going first, so if they have an engineering, but that means, yeah, they're definitely losing a brace next turn.
Yep.
Now, in all likelihood, they're going to lose a brace anyway.
Well, maybe not, because if he's going to activate first, he might put himself out of range of the Liberty's guns next turn. Might be the one so it's okay. Remains to be seen where they both end up at the end of it.
Now, because he hasn't gone for the flagship, the second shot is going on flotilla. Keep the CR-90 alive. Yeah. And here's the accuracy.
So Neb B is definitely getting the nice side of the dice here, whereas Aresius was a little cold.
Aresius has had less shots though. But
Yeah, you're right. It's definitely in it to win it. Roll more dice, you're going to get better results. Ooh. Injured crew, discard 1 token, so that would be the evade discarded from the flotilla. But having already taken a whole damage, the double ram will finish off if Neb B decides to do so. That's a flotilla that can actually be killed off. Could be the first points.
So now, where does this lib move? And is it going for the ram? And what angle of approach is it trying to get for next turn? Now, in all likelihood, are they trying to ram to do damage? Are they using the other Liberty as an air brake?
Or there's an alternative play here where it turns towards the flagship or slows down so the flagship will come to it. Takes the flagship kill, the flotilla kill, and calls it there.
Yep.
Because Aresius might struggle to get his Liberty to do anything meaningful in this game from this point. It'll kill the flagship. What else is Aresius going to kill? Maybe the CR90 with squadrons.
Yeah, well, the other CR90 is, if that was his plan, the second undamaged CR90 is going in an interesting way. No, it looks like here he's going for the more vicious one. But, like, I would take your point of maybe run the fuck away, because this is one thing I don't want to ever fuck with. It's an Italian Liberty, to be honest.
Yeah, and I think Neb B has similar nightmares of this Liberty as we do. It's been around for a very, very long time. Have you ever beaten it? Because I don't think I ever have. I think I've tried many, many ways to try and win, and lost every time.
Yeah, I can't remember. I don't think so. The only thing that gives me more nightmares is fucking Green Knight's Kuat. Oh, sweet mother of mercy, when that yoke gets going, and entire fleets just melt. This is the other thing, because of the ram, they're not going to move as fast or as far as the other Liberty. So here I think they're trying to set up, not necessarily to ram, but just to make sure and catch the other Liberty wherever it goes.
Yeah, but I think as discussed before, it really needs to be trying to make as hard a turn as it can at this point.
Yep.
It needs to make sure that it's going to be able to make a fast exit on this turn, catch up with Aresius. Because I think it's set up just to go for it.
I think they're looking at slowing down or staying at speed 2. Just using the click. But is that maneuver even legal that they plotted out there?
It has got the nav dial, so
Yep.
at speed 2, it's okay.
But remember that the second knuckle has no clicks.
Yeah, so you wouldn't be able to do a W on the second click under any maneuver.
Yeah, so what he's got there does look legal, though.
Yeah. And that would be legal as well. Yeah, it's quite a tricky maneuver pattern on the Liberty.
They are very big ships, and they do not have much area here.
Just checking the inside maneuvers. Not sure that's a good idea. Because with the large ship, it's quite hard to do a tight turn with an inside maneuver.
Now, this being Vassal, they may have just clicked on the wrong, placed the wrong tool. I know me, I probably need something on top of the screen going, this is your left and this is your right, James. And yeah, I don't think inside.
I mean, we could,
Go ahead,
we could
Gink.
request an option for graphics pack to include a little L and an R on each side of the models. Little wing mirrors. Colour them different colours.
I think they have better things to be doing than pandering to old Irish Egypts who just can't tell their left from their right, though.
I don't know. It's one of the things that I notice quite often with newer players is they find the left and the right to be one of the most confusing things to get to grips with. See if the developers are listening there. Maybe they want to consider it. I'm not even sure who the developers are these days. There seems to be quite a few of them. I think JJ is leading it. Quite a lot of people involved.
Like, a lot of credit goes to people who've got this up and running. Okay, so he's going for the ram. And is he exhausting?
So 1 ram, and he's still thinking. He's landed on the debris field, so that'll be a hole and 2 shields for Neb B there.
Yeah.
Question: does he want to do it again? He is pointing at the corner, so it doesn't look like he'll be able to make quite as tight a turn as Aresius or as fast a turn.
Yep.
That might make it in the later rounds. Not sure losing the shields will make much difference.
No.
Not sure what's going to shoot the back.
I think if this lib wins, lives. It's going to be messy and it's going to be tricky. So he's still considering engine techs.
Nope, there he goes. He's decided not to. This does let Aresius bring his Recon flagship into quite a threatening position. Just sit in the side arc of the Liberty, double arcing, knowing that it will be okay to survive.
Yeah, I think slight error with Vassal there. With teleporting Recon flagship.
Yeah.
Still teleporting. I don't think it's gone back to. Is it still away from its original position?
I think it's in the right place now. As long as someone stops pressing undo. There we go. Ooh.
So that gets braced, right?
So 1 more damage onto the back of Liberty there.
So Grumble makes the good point that as the Riken Liberty has to go first, the Radis Liberty will probably try to go second to catch up, getting it out of the way of the Radis flagship. But we think the CR90 might be Neb B's first activation, because if it can blow through that flotilla and just get the fuck out of dodge.
Yeah, but obviously Aresius does have the option to bring his flagship in to threaten, but I don't think it will be a big enough threat to force Neb B's hand, but maybe make him reconsider that CR90 activation. Not sure. Let's see what he does.
Yeah, I'd be tempted to ram the fuck out of that Liberty with that flagship and hope for the best. But that's my option for everything, so I wouldn't say it's the most tactical nuanced now, boys and girls.
Yeah, I'm not sure ramming with his flagship is the greatest idea because he can't afford to give that ship up. He needs to make sure it stays alive. Because at the moment with the Radish flagship versus the flotilla points, that's a win for Aresius. It flips.
So is he banking that? That seems to be a very dangerous position. But the Riken flagship hasn't taken any damage.
Yeah, so with Aresius going first next turn, it would give the last activation to Neb B. If Neb B also kills the flotilla, but then it'll be reconed, then that would increase his activations. But yeah, Neb B gets last activation next round. Except that the Radish flagship dies, so Neb B will only have 5 activations next round. At which point Aresius can hold his recon flagship till the end if he wants to.
Yeah, so now we're into the squadron phase. We think Tycho is going to bite the big one. but is not going to bite the big one on that kind of rolling. So it totally whiffed and took 2 damage back.
Remembering the counter rerolls this time.
Yep. So here's the accuracy. So this is Tycho on 1.
The VCX can finish the job.
So it needs an accuracy and a hit, and that's all she wrote. So this could be kind of crucial.
Well, potentially not, because if the CR90 activates first, as we suspect, it needs to have the nav command to get the double rams.
Yep.
So Tycho is probably not going to activate early. So Aresius is going to have other chances to kill it.
Charbet actually took counter damage as well. And that is Tycho dead.
Yep. We have points on the board. Aresius takes the lead, 16 points to 0.
Turn 3, ladies and gentlemen. First kill, turn 3. I have a feeling stuff is going to start exploding come the start of next round.
Aresius positions his A-wing to follow up. Oh, maybe not. It looked like he was positioning for following up on shots on the CR90 next turn, but has undone. Yeah, that's what he's doing. Turn 4.
So we know what the first activation is this turn. And that's bail on the Liberty. So the Radas flagship has 3 hull and no shields to that side. And is going to be taking a double side arc.
Yeah, I think it's double side. It might just be clipping the front. I don't remember seeing whether it does or not. Potential that just clips.
If it is clipping the front, it is automatically dead.
Yep. Thanks to the SW7s.
But
size 7. If that is the case, then he gets to kill the flagship with just the front arc and use his side arc on the Liberty, which might make it question the double arc it's got from the hammerhead a little more.
oh, so I've expanded the dice, and that has covered up the objective card. So it is advanced gunnery. I'm going to try and move that back so it's not covering it. I need to move the dice back a bit more.
We can move it to the other side of the table if you want.
Yep. Admittedly, there is nothing going on there. Oh, you've moved the objective to the other side of the table. Okay. Yep. But basically, the objective ship is the Liberty for Ares and a GR75 for Neb B. And oh yeah, the Liberty has a red brace for
just the one.
Yep.
4 compartments.
And we don't think there are any engineering queued up on that Liberty. I think that's the commentator's opinion. Would you agree, Biggs, that it's just all navs all the way down? So I don't think those. I don't think that compartment fire is getting fixed. No worries, Ard. You're welcome along, and feel free to follow the channel. If you want to see any more twitching we do, and I've put a link to the Biggs' channel as well in the chat. I'll just repost that for any new joiners. Okay, so they're discussing the amount of red braces. So at least our players have their commands set. And Gig is just clarifying in the Vassal chat for both players what happened, because I think there's a small bit of confusion there.
So can Aresius's Liberty manage to get out of red range of Neb B's? Bring up the range for a second. Probably not. He might manage to get into the side arc though. There's a bit of room there. Less than the threat. Plus, it still has 2 shields on the rear and 2 shields on the left side, so it won't be exposing its shieldless right side. So how did the right side end up shieldless? Ah, that was the repair token. Yeah, so he shifted his right-hand side shields to the rear. Keep it.
Okay, and we've got Hondo going off. Or sorry, that was from the earlier Hondo.
Yeah.
Still, 6 hull is not a nice place for Liberty to be. Particularly with that amount of shields. Which I think is quantified as fuck and all.
Yep, and that means that it's only got the nav dial, no nav dial and token as it loves to have.
Oh, that's one dead hammerhead.
Yeah, so the Liberty has just shot from its side arc onto the side, shieldless side of the hammerhead. 4 damage from 2 reds, and an action on the blue.
And I believe that's
goodbye, Vienna.
Yep. Deep fried scampi in space.
Yep. So Rada's flag is gone, so Aresius adds even more points to his tally. In a sec, I'll work out what that actually is.
Yeah. And does that make up for his earlier bad luck? If he killed him earlier, and this is wow, that's another 5 out of a possible 5.
That's where the difference is, that by having to shoot the Rada's flag this turn, it meant that he couldn't do 5 damage from 3 dice twice onto this Liberty. Although I think that was likely. But that is the situation we're in. The opportunity of doing perfect rolls twice is what he's missed out on.
Yeah, I think your understanding of how dice work, I think you're maybe overvaluing Caking and Sholen if you think he's potentially going to do 5 damage twice out of 3 dice. I don't know what your rolls are like, but mine are nothing.
It's always an option. There's always the opportunity there to
add the St. Jude maneuver. Okay, now does he have enough space to turn this Liberty? That looks kind of fucking close to me. Am I mad, or does that look extraordinarily close to the board, what he's proposing right now? Yeah, he's got to do the double click at 1, right? Yeah.
I mean, that looks safer.
That looks a hell of a lot safer.
I would say on that, though, is if that is how tight it is for Aresius, who is at a much better angle.
How fucking tight is it for Neb B? And I think that goes back to the earlier point. Can Neb B get out of this corner? If he can't, the options are slow down and sit at speed 0 facing off the board. And it also means that the Libby, or the MC80, the Mon Cairn will escape.
Exactly, and I've just had a look at the points. I think Aresius is 80 points up at the moment.
80 to nothing.
It's quite a few. Yeah.
And I don't see, without that Liberty, okay, so maybe he takes out the Radis flagship. Almost definitely takes out the Radis flag, or not the Radis, almost definitely takes out the Riken flagship.
Because at the moment he's only got the side arc onto the Riken flagship, and it can activate last, so it can outweight the Liberty.
Yeah, Liberty. It may be a case so that the Liberty slows to speed 1, at which point the Riken flagship doesn't have a nav token. But
and if there's anyone who knows where Neb B can get to, it's Aresius.
Yep.
He knows the ship inside out. Must be, is it 2 years that he's been running this list? Or variants of it?
How long is it out? I think that'll tell you.
Yeah, pretty good.
And the other thing is the Riken flagship maybe blocks the arse of that Liberty swinging around.
Yeah, that's true.
So that may be the saving grace. And even if he kills it, he's Riken in it. So that obstacle is still there. Yeah. So Ardal, is your comment that Neb B can definitely make it, or Arius can definitely make it with the engine techs? But yeah, it's funny. Like, I always see the most maneuverable big ship in the game ending up in the fucking corner, game after game. But there's no man that knows it better than our Italian friend here. But he is taking it tight. Like, if he only does one click at 1, is it not a dangerous shield dial going over the edge there? Or am I just being a scaredy cat? What do you think, Gink?
I think that's Pixel's fine. Usually pretty reliable on telling the distances on Vassal, so it should be okay. Except, well, no, so that would be speed 2 plus engine techs, because he's got the nav dial to use. It'll leave him at red range of the Mon Cairn with boaster front and side arc.
But we don't think it can kill him, right?
No, probably not, but it might get some crits that he doesn't want.
He has rear shields back.
Yeah, this would be one of those times that he will wish that he had his comms net nearby to give him that token that he loves. So he could get up to speed 3 and then engine tech, and that might put him in a slightly better position.
His comms net is not that far away.
No.
His comms net is in range as soon as he moves.
So it'll be normal service resumed from this point on.
Okay, and I'm being reminded that shield dials don't count for being off the table, and I'm an idiot. But the chat's opinion is that Neb B can also make the turn easy enough.
Fair enough.
At speed 2 with engine techs.
Aresius here might also manage to get his side obstructed by the asteroid. Because I think the rear will still be exposed to the front.
So I think they're fixing the damage on Aresius's Neb or Mon Cairn, because I think he thought that he got double rammed. And he only got single rammed because the engine tech wasn't used.
Yeah, so he's on 6 hull, which is 100%.
And I don't feel so bad about the dials thing because they're now the competitors are now clarifying that in the Vassal chat. And they're speculating that Riken will swing out the arse of the lib with the engine tech move. Okay, so I think there's actually a rules question in the Vassal chat. Gink, Biggs, if you want to take a look at that.
Okay, yep.
And yeah, so now I really don't feel too bad about getting the shield dials wrong because both our competitors were confused over it. Okay, so that's fine. And then the engine tech. So the Liberty has dropped to 2.
No, it's sped up to 2. It was at speed 1 following last turn.
Okay.
So it's going as fast as it can. That's why I say that it would have quite liked to have the nav token there to get to speed 3, get a bit more space between it. So as you've mentioned earlier, Neb B will now come round. Will now shoot a double arc at long range. Will come round, give himself a double arc at close range, and use Aresius as a handbrake.
Yeah. Does he even need
to
double arc him on next turn? Like if he's a blue range.
Need probably not, but why not? If you can, should go for it. Just to make sure, give himself the best opportunity he can. At which point does Aresius want to move his hammerhead in front of the Liberty? Stop it getting that second shot.
Yep.
So there's definite counterplays here on both sides.
Yeah, so what does Neb B activate? That's going to be the question. And I'm just clarifying in the Discord channel the differences between the Mad Cats. Because we have many Mad Cats in the Star Wars Armada community. Yeah, Adriel, I think we're all fucking terrible at judging liberties, except for the 2 competitors, to be honest. Okay, yeah, they do not want to get trapped. So 1 red, 1 damage. And it's just going to pour it all into the side.
Yeah, so this is Neb B activating his Liberty, which will give Aresius the chance to get that flotilla out of there.
Yep.
The one that's under threat from the double... Whoa, there's a lot of dice. The one that is under threat from the CR90B.
So that's another crit going in. And that's
5 damage plus an accuracy before Caken and Sholan if he chooses to use them. He's probably about to declare his
Intel officer.
on the green plate, and therefore re-roll the red accuracy just to see if he can get another double.
So
why not?
The first thing is, does he remember to call the intel before he re-rolls? I'm presuming that he will, but that's the important.
And he may actually want to re-roll a red hit as well, on the chance that if he re-rolls 2 dice, he's probably going to get a hit, so it's not going to make any difference to the after brace value, but he might manage to turn them into doubles. It's one of those things that just go for more. But he's currently shooting aside with 1 shield, so he's going through. He's going to get the crit in.
Yeah, and there's going to be...
He's settled for 5 damage.
Yep. And that's fair enough. He's killing a brace. But I think that is a waste. I think you call Intel Officer on the green brace. You get a brace anyway. And then you reroll the accuracy. I think you're right. Now, admittedly, you need it's an edge case because you need to roll a double on that red reroll.
Yeah, but why not go for it? You don't lose anything for trying.
True. But there are so many decisions that have to be made here, you know?
Yeah, and it's easy for us because we're not under any pressure whatsoever.
Yeah, it's like we're sitting back, drinking Mai Tais, deciding the fate of the fucking galaxy. So...
well, that's put Liberty down to 4 hull, which is definitely killable at the top of the next turn.
And that brace is red.
Yep. No, the brace is...
The brace should be red because they intel
should be red, yeah.
The green and accuracy is the red.
Make any difference.
Yeah, I don't see any other attacks coming from anywhere else. But it does mean...
Can you see any way back for Aresius at this point?
That objective ship is double fucking points. They table them like that. Rican. The thing is, remember that
it's gonna live, isn't it?
The Rican is going to live here. So
yes.
But I don't see him getting that CR90. Potentially he's going to get the one that's on 2 hull. I don't see him getting the other one. Unless Neb B fucks up. But then again, the squads are free. You know? But they'll have a hard time reaching. Yeah.
If he does that maneuver at speed 3 and finishes there.
Maybe he's just flying off.
Yeah, then he'd have to actually slow down to speed 0 by turn 6.
Well, is he planning...
Well, I still don't think he loses.
Yeah, because the objective ship bonus. But the thing to consider is... maybe he's banking that the Liberty gets reconned in order to air brake. What if... Like, if he's going at speed 3, what if he just doesn't recon it?
Yeah, but he does have the nav token, and you'd expect to see a nav dial.
Yep.
So we have to blow it to 1 next turn, which will keep him from going off and then go down to speed 0 the turn after. It's just a question of that hammerhead that's hanging around.
Yeah, how much work can that hammerhead do?
Against a speed 0 Liberty.
The arse of a speed 0 Liberty, and that's the important thing.
And if he does zombie the Liberty, then that'll do some extra damage going through. So it's potentially not over, but it looks difficult to come back from this.
Well, the other thing as well, of course, because Riken is still alive and still in play, if that transport goes down this turn, it's getting Rikened, which means that CR90... So Artel is suggesting speed 1 plus engine techs here. The question is whether it fits. To be honest, does it need to go that fast though? Like, red range kills, right?
Yeah.
Does it know it needs to do...
We've already seen a 2 blank 2 accuracy roll in this game.
With Kaken and Sholin, and it's 5 red. So as long as the shot's unobstructed.
Yeah, but you've got the SW7s, the blue is reliable.
Yep. The blue does guarantee it. But Raikkonen is not fucking dying. Not this turn and not next turn. So
I know when Neb B was preparing to play against the Interdicted in Alpod in the first game that he had, he was really worried about making sure that he got into blue range without getting into black range.
is he in black range of that?
How tight that is. So he definitely approaches this as he wants the blue ranges.
So yeah,
So yeah, it's in black. Only gets the front arc on, but probably enough.
but with the SW7s, that's a guaranteed 3 damage, and then you got 5 red dice. So what he needs to do, still, it is 4 hull, and there is a brace. It's tricky.
So you want to be doing 7 damage. So from the blue, so you want 4 damage off the red, or it's going to be a double ram with the extra 2 point.
And he's going to take ram damage at the very least from the flagship. The very least.
And it's got black range there as well. If only it was throwing some external racks. It's a very cheap upgrade.
Yeah, but remember that fleet is at 400 points, so doesn't matter how cheap it is unless it's fucking 0. He's not finding room. It's Neb B who has the room to play with his 383, right? Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, because I could be.
No, you're absolutely right. There's not much room to play, is there? You'd have to be giving up an A-wing.
Yep.
And going down to Shara Tycho 2 VCXs and seeing if you can work with just that.
So, by the way, Fantasy Flight, if you want to pay for myself and Gink's flights out to the World Championships, as bad as the job we've done tonight, we can't do any worse than the last World Cup commentators. So, just put it out there, boys. If you're stuck,
Yeah, absolutely. The offer is there. May help to dispel the Chicago Regionals myth. Got some European commentators flown over.
Yeah, our accents are definitely not American. We'll go that, bit of variety, boys. Yeah. Not that we've anything against our lovely American colleagues; they're great. So we're waiting on some decisions here. So he's considering what to activate next. Now,
yeah, he might be, although he may also be working out what his odds of actually turning this around are, working out if he has an option. It is a knockout he could concede at this point, given that it is midnight in Italy at the moment.
It is midnight in Italy. That is one concern. And considering he was ready to concede this on about Tuesday of last week, like we said at the start, his trash talk could use some use. But yeah, the advanced gunnery, has it really done anything for him this game? I think the only time he's used it, he's got nothing.
Yeah.
So he's considering, can his side arc blow out the opposing Liberty when it gets Raikkonen? The other concern is, does Raikkonen have black range to the Arsat Liberty? That could make a small bit of a difference. But I don't think he's looking to quit. I think he's looking to see how he can win this bloody thing. But as he's just said in chat, he is considering a lot of things. Now, me, with my simplistic fucking brain, I would use the flotilla that's on 1 to try and run and throw squads as I go at that CR90.
Yeah, absolutely. Try and get it into the side arc where it would need Well, it wouldn't die. It would. Worst case would be actually in a hit, which would remove one shield. And the Fizz would still be standing. It's at the moment in that position. It's the double ram that's the threat, not the dice.
Yeah, and if they can get 2 to 3 hits out of the squadrons it could activate.
Yeah, there we go.
Now it's down to some
first
A-wing dice.
round, it's got a squadron token, so probably three activations coming here.
Burn through the redirect.
Yeah, and then from last round, maybe we've got some more squadron dials on the hammerheads to get the extra 2.
Yeah, well, Leia's also... Well, we have a squadron token, I thought, hanging around and at least one hammerhead. Yeah, we have a squadron token on number 2.
Which is the one activating now.
But you've also got number 3 headed directly at...
Yeah, number 2 is the squadron token, yep. So it would just be whether number 3 has the dial. Point.
And number 3 could, if that CR90 doesn't move, that number 3 could just ram it.
Yep. Fair point.
But I think now at this point it is table or bust for the Italian stallion. Because his liberty is dead next turn. Barn a miracle. And
I don't think it's quite table or bust because the 80 points he's already got, and if he kills this CR90, that will overturn the advanced gunnery bonus, but it's then he has to kill the Liberty, which is not looking likely at the moment. But if he gets a good advanced gunnery shot from his recon ship next turn, then from his Liberty next turn, then maybe there are options.
And like, we're happy enough that Raikkonen's going to ram the arse of that Liberty. The Liberty isn't going to get moved too far away from that hammerhead in its back arc either. Because it's going to be corralled in by Raikkonen's ship. And it's not one to go into ram a zombie either. There's so much in play. And fair play to these players. Fair play to them, because I would not like to be trying to figure out this fucking puzzle. That's one hit. So let's see how the next one goes. Black dice, very reliable. The VCXs... I've only got a blue.
So.
Yep, so that's an accuracy. So it's down to Tycho and Shara to do the rest of the work. Well, that's the other thing. Does 2 actually have range with its squadron command?
I think the VCX is just in range 3.
Yeah.
Which would get it distance.
And this is a blank.
Ooh.
That's
blank
important.
On the back, when it most. Redirect not burnt.
So it's still on 2 hull, not rammable.
So even if the VCX rolls a blue hit and the other A-wing rolls a black hit, that might be the redirect discarded, but the ship will still be alive. So as you say, it would be the ram from the hammerhead would need to be in there to finish it off.
Yeah, and I think that's asking for a lot.
Yeah, and looking at the way things are right now, I can't see why it wouldn't be the next activation. Move it to safety.
Now, I think that looks out of a double arc. Can its front arc still be targeted? No.
No.
So, I think that's living.
Yeah, so the flotilla will live unless some extraordinary maneuver results in a ram, maybe gets its arse round. But I don't think it will manage it.
Admittedly,
I'm thinking the Raider double yaw on 2 for the kind of sidestep.
Yeah, the CR90. CR90 either gets out of here or goes after the Radis flagship.
Yep, and it activates now.
Yeah. It hasn't got a decent shot on anything. There's taking the shield off, though.
So now for the maneuver.
Yeah, I think he'll go into the back of that hammerhead. Just to make sure.
I would have thought at this point you just disengage.
Well, remember that the hammerhead has no guns in its back arc.
True.
And the thing is, the hammerhead might just take out the Liberty before the Liberty has a chance to kill it. So what's that Liberty got in its arse? That Liberty has a red and a blue. That is not doing that much to a front of a hammerhead, which is on full hull, full shields. Why were we wrong about that Quantum Storm's death earlier, by the way? It is still alive and kicking.
It hasn't even taken any damage whatsoever.
Would you have flacked out the side there instead of shooting that transport gink?
No, because the two A-wing aces have scatters.
But are you not getting the flak of the Quantum Storm as well?
Yes,
So
but then
maybe...
what other flak are you going to get at any point in this game? I don't think you're going to manage to get multiple flak again, so they're always going to have the scatters.
True.
And no point flacking the VCXs either, really. Although they did. They're just not going to die.
1 is on 4. There is potential, depending on what they do with it. But yeah, it does seem unlikely. Like, there is the potential of sending that A-Wing with a squadron command out of nowhere to kill that VCX. Every point might matter.
Yep, and you're right, he's going to hide as close to that hammerhead rear as he can. On other things we may have miscalculated, we thought this game wouldn't be a 6-hour thriller, but we are turn 4, and it's been 2.5.
Yep.
So we're well on our way.
So if you're just here and you're trying to find out about the fleets, if you go to steelstrategy.com, you'll see the rundown of the matchup and what people thought beforehand. If you're interested in further content for Armada Twitch, you can follow Biggs's channel, which I'm going to put into the chat again, and follow me here, and I'll always put in a go live whether I'm covering Armada or not. I didn't this time because the stream backed up and something went terribly, terribly, terribly wrong. But normally we'll try and do that. And if you've any thoughts on the coverage you're seeing or anything you'd want changed or preferred, let us know in chat as well. Or any comments on the match. And I'd say subscribers get free loads of stuff and magic things, but I don't know how that works yet. So there is a subscribe button. Use it if you want to, but there's no pressure to. So
that's the CR90 done.
Has Raikkonen's command dial disappeared for you? Because it has for me.
Yeah.
It's under the Raikkonen card. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
So if you could move it down slightly without... Yep. Awesome.
There we go. So Rikon's ability hasn't actually come into play yet in this game, with Aresius not actually losing anything yet. Currently has everything still in play.
Well, I think that's if you're flying Recon right, you never use his ability, right?
Yeah.
But I think it is going to be extremely crucial next turn. And it's going to be all about whether or not that side arc is vulnerable. So, okay, so they're going with... Yeah. They haven't used it to pass a token, or do anything, change the dial. So we know that it's a navigation token, in the faint hope that that liberty lives, but that liberty is automatically dead. Unless the only thing that I could see happening is the Riken and Hammerhead rolls max damage and somehow gets a critical through. But...
Yeah, but what critical would stop it getting the kill at this point? I don't think there's any that...
No, I don't think there
The
is.
one shot. Because you've got the coolant discharge, only one attack you perform each round can target a ship.
Yep.
It's not going to cause a problem.
I'm not sure what this flak is hoping to achieve here from Neb B. Use up some scatter tokens, which will be refreshed next turn.
Yeah, that's especially given that he didn't do that with the CR90.
And he didn't slow it down.
Yeah.
Which I'm surprised by. Because where he's headed is nowhere good. Now, unless he's planning to try and obstruct the arse of that. Maybe he's planning to take the rams. Actually, that would be if he can get in between the Liberty and the Hammerhead, maybe he can take the rams.
Yeah, potentially. I think he's definitely seen the same thing that you have, that the Hammerhead is the only threat he has to his Liberty now. And that anything he can do to disrupt it and keep it away is beneficial.
Like the squads can potentially, 2 of the squads can get there, but
they're quite far out at the moment.
Yep.
And they've both activated already this turn.
I think you Quantum Storm here, though, to try and make sure you're close enough. Okay, and he sliced Riken into squads.
Wow.
Yeah, so the concentrate fire could have caused problems.
Just make sure it's one less dice. Every little helps.
Every little fucking helps. Because if Neb B's Moncairn lives, it's by inches, not by fucking miles.
So left in the round we have 3 Hammerheads on Aresius' side, which, looking at them, might not do that much, although he can probably get a ram on a CR90 here if he wants. A nice station ram, so he won't take any damage himself.
But he's not going with it, so that's CR90.
And he's not using the squadron token either. Oh, no, that's the other one. Sorry.
Yeah.
He's activating 3 that doesn't have the squadron token.
And
Neb B's side has got a Patilla and a CR90.
Yeah, like, is he trying to wait out Neb B's CR90 to see where it goes to try and potentially line up something? Not 100% sure.
Potentially. Aresius does have to activate his Liberty first next turn. He's got no choice in that matter. So there's the opportunity to fork here.
Neb B even has to activate his Liberty first, right?
Yeah, so Aresius might be waiting for the CR90 to move so that he can bring the Hammerhead in for a double arc.
Okay, so
I'm not sure it would go anyway.
I think they're rolling back. I think they've run into some cycling problem. So Vassal is causing it's is doing its little thing.
Well, I think he just had the command dial selected at the same time as he was doing the maneuvers, and some of the shortcuts are the same.
Okay. So what is Neb B going to activate? I would suggest the CR90 probably.
Well, maybe the flotilla, because then Aresius has to activate that hammerhead first,
Yep.
and then he can get his CR90 away.
So do you send that
Yeah.
A-Wing in on those VCXs to prevent them getting to the Liberty? Or prevent them getting to... No, he's not.
At this point, you just keep that A-Wing out. It's 11 points that he doesn't want to give up.
Well, it's 11 points he's just sent into combat versus Flotilla, which can't kill it, but that's where it's going to do its work. Is he even rolling the dice?
It does seem a tad odd.
Well, they can't kill it.
No, but if you're not going to actually roll, then why not put it at blue range?
Yep.
Or send it far, far away?
And Nebby just put in chat, he's not sure why he did this.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Neither are we.
Like, if he was going to attack with it, yeah, I get that, but it's not using up a scatter either way. But it may be that classic A-Wing mines situation. So it looks like the objective, and this is the thing, we may be thinking, okay, he's going for the CR90, but potentially not. Potentially the plan is to go for that flotilla. And he don't give two fecks about the CR90. Because remember, that flotilla is double points.
Yep, that's true.
Whether
if
that...
he gets the accuracy, could actually kill it.
Yeah.
Ram it this turn, ram it next turn, and then he just needs an accuracy and
Yep.
2 damage. Yeah, options. And if he does a concentrate fire, he can get the extra blue, give himself the extra chance. Looks like Neb B might have figured that out as well and is looking to go as far away from that hammerhead as possible.
But going as far away from that hammerhead as possible does seem to involve space worms in your asteroid reaching out and biting your Millennium Falcon in half. And taking a critical is not what you want to be doing with a GR75, which can suddenly go from healthy to structural damage. Oh my god, I'm going to die. But it would prevent the ram. Okay, so if that hammerhead goes flat out, speed 3, then speed 3, do you think it can hit the GR75 if it goes to the limit? I'm not sure it can. Yeah?
It has a problem right now that the CR90 is in its way, but it can, if Aresius does the recon flagship first, no reason not to.
Yeah, it's not under any threat.
Yeah, I'm not sure the logic of taking a face up from an asteroid to avoid getting rammed is necessarily the most sensible, because I think that the hammerhead should be able to get black range on it by going speed 3.
Yeah.
And then get the run.
I think they fecked up by having that squadron command.
Yeah.
But they have the double click at the end with that GR75, right? Even without always going speed 2. It's going speed 2.
It landed on the asteroid.
Looks to be set at speed 3.
What's going on?
I have no idea. I'm a bit confused.
So I think he just missed some Vassal buttons there. So it's at speed 2. It landed on the asteroid, took a structural damage, so it's now down to 1 hull.
And that is the worst result, I think.
Yeah, so as I said, the Recon flagship now activates with its squadron command. Will do what it can into the rear of the Liberty, then the CR-90 has to move out of the way, which will let the last hammerhead line up its kill on the GR-75.
And our tiny friend is so happy to start ramming. He's doing it before even shooting. 3 damage. No crits.
3 damage into the rear of the Liberty, which has 1 shield and then 2 on the sides if it redirects. Avoid taking any damage to the hull. Braces down to 2, redirects 1 to the side.
Yeah, Grumbleduke suggesting, asking about that, but we think the Corvette is impossible to kill, that hammerhead. I think it just rings around it. Like it's a chasing hammerhead against the CR 90, which is faster, more maneuverable, and has better fucking guns, let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, there is the possibility of getting a close range double arc, doing a concentrate fire, magically getting doubles on everything. But in the terms of realism, I can't see it.
Yeah, well, if it gets in the back arc and gets the shot on the CR-90, it can one-shot it theoretically, but that's an accuracy, hit, crit, and double hit.
Sorry.
The Liberty is not surviving, is our thoughts, Grumbleduke. Sorry, Gink, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, I agree with you that there's the super shot will kill the CR-90, but reality.
I don't think they're going to get the super shot.
Well, as you say, it's advanced gunnery on the flotilla, so the points are about the same. Get the one that you can guarantee.
Because the CR-90 is going next.
Which, interestingly, will make it easier for Quantum Storm to be caught as well. It's going to be forced to activate at bat.
Okay, so I think he's trying to get... I don't think he's actually trying to get the ram. I think he's trying to end up in a good position to be in black range next turn.
So I think he wants to avoid the ram because it's his flagship. He doesn't really want to take any damage on it at all. If he can get a nice side double arc.
But there's no clicks on the last bit of that hammerhead, so it's in real trouble. Trying to get... And I think the thing is, he's not going to be in black range to shoot in the arse. I don't think he's too concerned about the damage on his flagship. Because even though the CR-90 is going to be in his back, well, it isn't. Like, remember, the CR-90 cannot ram that flagship to death, and it's only got blue dice. So 1 hull, I don't think it makes that much of a difference.
Except that 1 hull takes it down to 4 hull left, and there's 2 more turns.
Yeah, but remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Sorry, it's getting late now.
Oh,
sure. Yeah, this all stems back to the slicer tools.
Yeah.
Took away potentially a navigate command, which would get that click on the fur joint that it really wants.
Or potentially another black dice, which would have potentially gotten another critical on that, or gotten a critical on that Liberty and hull. So that slicer tools is still doing work. We didn't think it was going to be that influential on this game, but I think we might have been wrong.
Yeah, because that could have taken it down to 6 or 5 hull. Liberty's probably going to ram the other Liberty next turn, whether it dies or not, from being a zombie. And then you're going to get 2 more shots from the Liberty onto the Liberty. It's
okay. Our competitors are getting tired at this point, and they have been playing for 4 hours nearly at this point. We're about, because they started a bit early, so
Yeah.
they have been playing about 4 hours at this stage.
And they're an hour ahead, so it's almost 1 a.m. for them.
Yep. It's good to know we're able to talk for 4 hours fucking straight, isn't it, Gink? You know,
Yeah, I'm mildly impressed. We've done it before, though. We've got through multiple UK nationals, 12 hours straight.
Yep. We didn't have to talk about somebody else's game for 4 hours. But this is thrilling. Like, this is very slow paced, and they're taking it very carefully. But this is not your normal world finals where it's like 1 squadron to 0 and it's all very slow. 2 Yvarses looking at each other from across the voids of space. They've actually gone fairly aggressive. And
yeah, and I think you can see how they're thinking.
Yeah.
You can understand what's going through their head.
So many options, and that's one of the fun things about playing Armada, as we all know. It's just so many options, things you can do.
Yeah, exactly. That's a ram there, I think. Oh,
Now,
has he done it? That might
let's
be clear.
move that tool.
I'll zoom in
That's
and have
like a glove. That is not an overlap.
That is beautiful.
Is that a double arc?
That is indeed.
And then somebody slightly moves it. So that lib will get to probably move out of that double arc, but it will be in black range of that hammerhead, right? If it gets penned in by the other neb.
Yeah, I'm not sure it will get to move out.
Yeah, I don't think it will.
There's potential if it goes straight forward at speed 1 that might just about fit, but it will still then be in double arc on the rear. That's a very good maneuver by Aresius there.
Okay, and the CR90 misses doing anything to that hammerhead. It's revealing a navigate token to absolutely nobody's surprise. So, what's the points difference, Gink, right now?
Well, at the moment, Aresius is 80 points up. I'm just going to have a look at what the value of that liberty is.
How much does he need to kill to pull it back?
Yeah, just bringing up the list. So the Moncaron is 1 for 5, and there'll be an extra 96 from the advanced gunnery objective, which takes that up to 1231. So then we've got 151 points to bring back for Aresius somehow.
And how much is the liberty worth? How much is Neb B's liberty worth then?
Neb B's liberty is worth 103.
It's surely worth more than 103. I think you're just counting the base cost of the ship there, surely.
Oh, no, yeah, sorry. That's 152, so that would do it. And then we've also got the advanced gunnery GR75, which on its own is 20, but 38 with the advanced gunnery. So if Aresius can kill the Liberty, then he'll put himself back in the lead, but that is what he has to do.
And his Recon has to actually survive. And that's the other thing. But I think Neb B is going to be hard pressed to kill that Riken.
Yeah, so it's a 2 shots from Aresius' Moncaron, a double arc from the Hammerhead, and potentially
Ram
1 or
damage.
2 ram hits there. That might or might not be enough. There's the other Hammerhead on the other side that's in position to maybe get a ram turn 6 if he needs it. Maybe.
And then there's that CR90 sneaking up behind Raikkonen.
Yeah, to see if that can get the kill on the Hammerhead to tip it back the other way. So it's still finely balanced. Could go either way. Still much to stay and watch, listen for. So for everyone still watching the stream.
Yeah. So
Worth staying up.
Grumbleduke is saying even if Neb B's Liberty dies, something else has to die for Aresius to win, but we think that's going to be the objective ship for Neb B. It's going to bite the big one. So there's a hit anyway from Tycho. So that is that CR90 down to 1 hull. And that means it is not double ramming anything. That even if it gets Raikkonen down to 2 hull, it is not being double rammed by that CR90, and that could be crucial. And that CR90 could be very dead as a result of that. So,
yeah, and there's also so Aresius is lining up the kill on the GR75 here.
Yep.
But he also has him play his flotilla that we thought was going to die. Still can put out 2 more squadron command next turn. Still go for that CR90 that's now on 1 hull.
The one thing though is has to send all the A-wings against the CR90, so they are not going to be available to help with the Liberty if needed.
No.
And the VCXs are out of position to do anything. They are out of this game, I think. The one that's unactivated might limp in to try and do something to the CR90, but remember they need to do 3 squadron damage to the CR90 to kill it.
Yeah,
because
so
the
with that redirect still there. I don't think he can command. Well, no, he can use the Hammerhead number 3 to activate one of the squadrons to get the 3rd activation. Hope to get the perfect 3 hits on the blacks. Obviously, you're looking at, I think it's 75% odds on getting a hit on a black. It's not too slim chances.
So here we think the first activation is going to be the Moncaron for Neb B. And then we expect to see a Raikkonen on the Italian Neb B. On Italian Moncaron. People need to stop naming themselves after ships, Gink. It's just too confusing at midnight.
Yeah. And then the Hammerhead number 2 for Aresius, we'd expect to be going for the Ram.
Yep.
The GR383. Although that's, I think that's within distance 3. I think so. Okay, to get the Ram there.
It'll be close. He's not shooting them to death anyway. The other thing though is it's at speed 2, so
it does need to have command.
Yep. But what else is it going to do?
Concentrate fire for some reason. It has got a black side onto the CR90 it can't kill. I wouldn't expect a mistake like that, but it's getting late. Anything can happen at this point.
Maybe. Well, the other thing is an engineering token. Lola reveals a repair. I'm not surprised by that. And they have the nav token to speed up, slow down, and do the ram. So let's see what dice it takes to kill a Liberty. And I'm guessing at this point, not freaking much. The side arc, if the side arc is good enough to threaten Raikkonen, that's the other danger, of course. But, so I think their plan is to get front arc onto the side arc. Get their side arcs away from potential danger. And then it's going to be very hard to come back and kill this Liberty.
Yep. Here we go. Neb B just reminding Aresius that his brace is red because of compartment fire.
Aresius saying it doesn't matter because you've got an intel officer. But yeah, it should be red, so you should... Okay. That's a spicy meatball and a dead Liberty.
Yep, and he's going to go straight. So it's a whole one. I expect it to be zombied right now. Reveals the crit anyway.
Well, disengaged. Well, that crit should... Cannot attack it. No, that's... You can't attack a ship at long range.
Yeah, so that's not going to make any difference unless Neb B manages to teleport at this point. Maybe go into reverse thrusters, go backwards. That's one of the good things of this game is the momentum. You always have to keep going forwards.
Okay, now this could be more critical. How much damage does this Raikkonen take? Yeah, that's so the redirect lockdown.
Side of the hammerhead, one accuracy, one hit.
Kaken and Sholen hasn't been used though.
Yep, that's true. So we could re-roll the blank here.
Might even re-roll the accuracy.
Well, you can only re-roll one or the other, so...
Oh, true.
Because the blank is red, the blue.
And the other thing is the intel officer is still available. It wasn't needed. So that actually...
That's probably why we've got a pause here as he works out.
And you intel the redirect, surely. And then you kick in your shoulder in the red.
Yeah, just make it easier for future turns.
And you just leave the redirect open.
Yeah.
If you're...
There you go.
Okay, that's fucking nasty.
Re-rolled the blank into a crit, so if Aresius uses the redirect here, he loses it, but stops himself taking a...
Yeah, so the contain is the right call here.
Except that Neb B decided to actually the redirect. I would have expected actually on the contain until the redirect, get him to discard the redirect.
Yeah, considering he'd intel'd. Yeah, so what?
Because then it just makes it easier on future turns that the redirect isn't there.
Yeah, like...
You can just start...
The calling the accuracy on the redirect after, did he just forget that the hammerhead had contain? Or maybe he's of the opinion that he just wants to reduce the hammerhead's hull as much as possible so it can't ram multiple times. So we would expect no engine techs here.
I wouldn't have thought so.
But he's going to be facing... He's going to be facing the Mon Cairn with his front shields. So I think it's actually... I think that Neb B's Liberty is going to survive. My money would now be on it to get through the whole game. Now here they're doing an odd maneuver, but it is legal because when you're pushed back, you can overlap the movement tool.
Yeah, but all that's going to do is give him... Well, I was going to say it would give him a ram on the hammerhead instead, but maybe he fits into that little gap.
Yeah, but it also means he's potentially getting out of the side arc of the Liberty. Right? Could it take it out of the side arc? Or at least ensure that his side arc is in no way threatened by the Liberty.
But getting out of the side arc of the Liberty and into the rear will just change it from being 1 blue, 2 red into 2 blue.
Yeah, but that's surely better.
He'll expose his rear to the double arc from the hammerhead, which might be the most dangerous thing, actually. Because there's no shields on that rear.
He still has his redirect, though. I don't think he's exposing it to a double arc. I think he's just exposing it to the front. And also, the double arc from a hammerhead is an extra, what, black?
Yeah.
It's tricky. Like, if Raikkonen dies, though, that is game over. There's no comeback. Grumbleduke has pointed out the rear is also 2 red, 2 blue, and 1 red because spinals.
Yeah, so actually, doesn't really matter where he ends up. It's 3 dice.
Well, what matters is whether or not his side arc can be seen by the Liberty. Because he wants to be taking the damage on the front shields. I think a lot is going to come down to the dice here.
Again, if you land in the rear, 2 blues are definitely going to be hits. SW7s.
Yep. And he's going to do it twice because it's going to be advanced gunnery. Thanks for pointing that out, Grumbleduke.
Yeah, Rasp just messaged me to say that doing the double yaw is not actually legal, given he didn't have a Navdol. He's aware. I think at the moment he's only been looking at the double notch on the first joint, which he can't actually.
Grumbleduke, we're not ignoring yet. It's just at this point we're too tired to keep track on all the chats all the time, so apologies on that. But good call on the spinals. And this is the tendency here, like at this point we're just going, we've time away to analyze it, and you have to remember these players are under incredible pressure. This is the combination of what, 7 or 8 games, so that's about 24 hours of Armada overall.
Yeah. But different to say UK Nationals, where we get the 5 games in one day. You do get the rest periods, and it does make quite a big difference that every game you approach from a much better position usually.
So Neb B doesn't ram at all.
That be dodges.
So
But he didn't want to ram
he didn't want to.
Recon, ram the Liberty, because then it's just doing damage to him, really.
Yep.
It's got double locked on the rear from the hammerhead. Aresius can choose which arc he shoots from.
The other thing is he getting that far next turn? Is he getting out of black range?
I think he might have to stay at speed 1 next turn just to avoid going off the table.
Yeah, well, we're presuming that he has a nav command, but there is no click. There's no click at speed at the second notch. Okay, I'm just going to take a quick break. I'll be back in 1 second.
Yep, no worries. Yep, no, I think that the Liberty has to go straight forward speed 1 next turn, because any kind of deviation will send it off the table. It might even be that he decides to slow it down to speed 0 just to be safe, but with the hammerhead there, that's not particularly safe. Yep, and as predicted, the hammerhead has activated for Aresius and is claiming the kill on the GR-75. 38 points in the back. Advance going to reclaim for both players. So I think that then takes us to 118 points for Aresius and 231 for Neb B. But at this point, I won't guarantee those numbers. Neb B is going to activate his Quantum Storm, probably going to slice the hammerhead to a squadron. Make sure it doesn't have a command fire or navigate hidden in there. which actually could be quite important, because if the hammerhead never gets to navigate, it might end up sending itself off the table. Although I expect that it can use the liberty as a handbrake if it chooses to. Although maybe not. Actually, it might not be able to stop itself from going off. Don't often see death by slicer. Oh yeah, Grumble Duke has just pointed out it is 2 for 1 for Neb B. Thank you.
And I'm back. So yeah, I see we were right on the money for
I'm
that
going with Grumble.
GR75.
Yeah, so it's 2 for 1 to Neb B, 118 to Aresius. And what's interesting here is Neb B is activating his Quantum Storm. Will be slicing the hammerhead away from a navigate.
Yep.
So the hammerhead has a squadron command, but it's going to have to turn into a navigate token using Ahsoka to avoid going off the table.
Is Ahsoka even close enough? I suppose Ahsoka.
Range?
Yeah, it's range 5, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's range 5. So if he can't,
he has to get Ahsoka close enough.
He has to get Ahsoka close enough first.
Now,
because
admittedly,
otherwise, if he goes at speed 3, he's going off.
he
Maybe
can
not this turn, but he'll go off next turn.
he can use the Liberty as an air brake. Now, the one thing is,
maybe it's a you're one, no you're at speed 3. So that might have to be the inside turn. You're one blank.
The other thing is that Ahsoka is on 2 hull. So if it tries to get close enough, it's hitting the debris. And it's going
I think if it just turns a little bit towards, it should be all right to get range 5. Range 5 is quite big. So if it kind of just pokes at the back of where that Quantum Storm currently is, it should be all right.
So Neb B's talking about one stupid mistake being punished. Okay, yeah, that's the failure to have that objective ship going speed 3 and putting a squadron command.
Yeah.
And that may well have cost him the World Championship. At speed 1, Neb B might still go off the board. We don't think so. Because if you look at the profile there...
Yeah.
Someone's speculating in chat.
Yeah, and I can see the speculation. What I say is I've played too much of this game on Vassal, and I tend to be able to iron very, very close to where it will be. I'm fairly sure that going straight at speed 1 won't go off.
Yep.
I think many people who have played me will testify that I tend to actually get those calls right.
Thanks for the raid, Wesbrat. Hope you had a good stream. We're playing some Star Wars Armada tonight. Well, we're not playing it. We're spectating the World Cup final, the Vassal World Cup final. If you go to steelstrategy.com, you'll see all the details there.
Yep, and there we go. The slice on Recon.
And no one was surprised.
So can he get Ahsoka into range, and has he even realised that's what he has to do?
Yeah, and I think if he gets it in range this turn, changes the command to navigate, drops it down, and then just takes the squadron token rather than the dial next turn with Ahsoka in range, then he can change that and slow it down again. But this also means the CR90 can get in position. Wesbrat.
Yep, true. Which the loss of that hammerhead would then, if they can get Liberty, which we're still not sure would happen, the loss of that hammerhead would tilt it back to Neb B.
Yeah. Wesbrat, I don't think I let you win the one time we played. Zamakid, the hammerhead is going at speed 3. Sorry if we haven't called that out directly. So they're just clarifying how many activations each has left. Like, Aurelius can afford to just go with the Liberty at this point, right? That's the activation that matters least here, right?
Question of whether he wants to do Ahsoka first for the squadron attacks onto the CR-90.
Yeah.
Oh. So he is using Ahsoka already to change the Hammerhead command on 3 to a nav token to speed it up, probably to speed 3, to get some, I was going to say shots on the Liberty, but it won't get into range, so it will be a ram next turn.
Well,
that's
no. What he'll still have red dice, and remember, those front shields will not be there on the Liberty, so there is no redirect going to be available to that Liberty.
So it'll be 1 red dice and 1 ram, and maybe a concentrate fire.
Yep.
Maybe a squadron command.
So this is desperation hour. I don't know that he has spotted the problem that Hammerhead is in.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. An inside turn, one click, straight might survive. Might manage to keep clipping the Liberty all the way. Knock itself back there.
Maybe it has a repair lined up, and it's banking on.
Well, it has a squadron command now because it got sliced.
Oh yeah. So I think he's trying to force where the CR-90 is going before the squadrons go, so he can try and drop the squadrons.
Grumble Duke raises a good point. If Neb B uses his CR-90 to ram the Hammerhead to death, his CR-90 is on 1 health, so he'll lose his CR-90.
Yeah, no, it's not the ram.
The win for Aresius. So yeah, it's the
3 blue dice.
If Aresius can kill the Liberty, it's an Aresius win. If Aresius can't kill the Liberty, Neb B will win. I think it's that simple.
That CR-90 still has 3 blue dice, so let's see what condition the let's see what condition. But I think that the CR-90 is going down now.
It's disengaging, but by disengaging, it's going towards some
the squadrons. What?
So that would then give Aresius the 3 shots that he needs.
But that
3 shots to give him the chance.
That Hammerhead is in real danger of going off the board. So is what Neb B's doing? Are they trying to block? Are they trying to block that GR75 in so it can't reach the Hammerhead? And he looks to be changing his mind completely.
He's got no idea what he's doing.
He's tired. We're all tired. Please, will this end? I think that might be what's going through his mind at this point.
Well, if he does his activations nice and quickly, it's turn 5. We'll almost be on turn 6. Yeah. I don't think we'll get many activations through before being able to call the game with nothing else affecting. Yeah, he's just moving quickly now.
Like, at this point, they must be exhausted. We've just been talking about it and we're exhausted. So, your side has a bigger chance of spiking, but your rear is dedicated damage. Got Kaken and Solon. Like, you
maybe do one of each then.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
If you need Kaken and use them, if you use them, then go to the rear for the reliable.
Yep. And if you haven't used them, continue with the side. And what you want to do is you want to put that, if Riken's Hammerhead can put that
Put the
Liberty
tokens
to
into
1. What? He's going with Raikkonen first. Okay, so this is the thing. He's making sure that air brake is there for this turn. That's what's happening. And that's...
And it's go with the weaker roll first. Force the pressure on the tokens.
Yep.
Because he's going to want both races for the Recon.
Yep.
For the Liberty. Which means that he gets this front arc. There you go.
And that's an accuracy on the redirect.
Redamage.
Great.
With a crit. That puts a lot of pressure on.
So earlier we were talking about the anemic firepower of the Hammerhead torpedo. Ship doesn't have enough redirects. It's not that anemic. So this is 2 hull and a crit. But
you add in another 4 damage from another 2 doubles that you definitely get on external racks every time. That's an even different picture.
So what are we looking at?
Obviously.
So the crit is a thruster fisher. That may actually come into play if there's no shields left, but they're going to have shields left.
No, so it's not going to make any difference because when you buy 1 or more, suffer 1 damage. Unless he gets the doubts about whether he goes on or off at speed 1, but he should be able to tell if he puts the maneuver dial on the maneuver tool on the right hand side. It should be very, very clear to him at that point whether he's going off or on.
So let's do some maths here.
There we go. That's what I was worried about.
Yeah, I think Raikkonen is dead if they can't overlap. Not this turn.
It might get the overlap at speed 3, but it definitely doesn't at speed 2.
It's speed 3 currently.
So it has to be the speed 3 inside maneuver. That's the only chance he's got, but it's going off next turn.
Yeah, unless it somehow clips this turn.
Oh no. If it can clip at 3, which maybe it does, then it can do the same thing again next turn and not go off.
Yep.
Yeah, it just depends whether that's clipped. It's looking close. And the other thing is that Neb B is going to want to activate his Liberty first next turn, which means the Slicer Tools is going to be the 3rd activation, with Recon being able to go second. Get out of dodge. Because there's no other... I don't think there'll be any other immediate target for Recon. So maybe he'll be okay. He'll get the nav command.
I'm beginning to think that he needs a spike on his Liberty to kill. Oh, this is not good. I don't think it's going to clip, is it? No, that's not a clip. He's fucked. Think we can call it.
Not necessarily. If he gets a nav dial, he can go double yaw on the first click, then 1 yaw on the second, then straight and do an inside turn and get back onto the board.
The only thing is he not dead to the front arc long before that happens?
So I think Aresius then needs to get the kill on that CR90 that's quite far away from Tycho and Shara at this point.
Does that balance it out though? Is that enough?
I think so. Maybe.
Time for a bit of Kingston Fleet Builder, I think.
But he'll definitely get a double arc on the Liberty, so he'll definitely finish it off. So he's given himself the opportunity to win. Given him during turn 3, we didn't think that was possible. So we've got so Neb B is finished.
No more activations.
Got 2 to go and a Liberty.
That CR90 has gone, right? Yeah.
Oh no, there's
Oh.
one 90 left. That one.
Oh, okay. I think they flipped the wrong dial on the wrong CR90.
Yeah. I think they're happy just to keep going.
Yep. Oh. It'll be impressive and mathematically impossible if this CR90 can kill that hammerhead, I think.
Yeah. Not sure why they're shooting at this point then.
Squeeze every
Making
penny,
sure
Gink.
get every opportunity.
Grumbleduke is saying he has to kill Liberty in the CR90 if the hammerhead goes down, but my question is the CR90 enough?
Yeah, I think the CR90 is enough. It should be. The question of how. The only way is those squadrons.
It is on one hull.
Yeah.
But
he has to activate three squadrons to get there. And he's going to go at speed 4 with engine techs into that corner.
Yep. But again, as you keep pointing out, that Neb B that Liberty has to go first if it's still alive. I'm beginning to think that Liberty has to do side arc.
No, it could do front to front.
Sorry,
because the front is in arc and the line of dots.
I'm beginning to think Arelius is.
Oh, Liberty, yeah. Just to try and get enough, try and get the doubles.
Yep, he's passing a concentrate fire token. To set it up. And he's changed. So this is an extra blue.
The thing with it is, though, that if you go to the side arc of the 2 red, 1 blue, he needs to be getting 5 damage or more to be braced down to 3, whereas the rear he's got to get the 3+ to get braced down to 2.
Yeah.
So the chances are of getting that spike is quite high. It's quite low. It's unlikely.
Yep, and we've already seen some spikes already. I don't think that's here. Like that is. So Grumbleduke is asking maybe the CR90 can finish off the Leia transport. Maybe.
Only if Aresius puts it in a double arc or in a rammable position.
I don't know that he has too many options, though.
It's currently at speed 2.
Yeah.
It should
be in a rammable position. But how do you stay out of the double arc there if you're avoiding the rammable position?
But even then, double arc isn't too bad.
Remember, it's all blue dice.
Yeah, but a 2 blue, 1 accuracy, 1 shield.
Yeah.
That's not that bad. It's the front arc of the 1 accuracy, 2 damage. But even if he gets accuracy on both, he'll still be on 1 hull.
Yeah, I don't think it can end up in a ramming position.
Yeah, as long as he's not rammed. And yeah, the A-wing just hit this. So he should be fine either way.
Yeah. Because the A-wing shot, if the A-wing shot matters, that means the scatter has been used, which means the CR90 shots did nothing.
Yeah.
And here we are at the main event for this turn. Well, the main unpredictable event, the main event where this Liberty got blown up, was perfectly predictable. So let's see. Which arcs does he choose? He's going side to front with the first one, as we suspected he might, because that's got the Kaken and Sholan backing.
Contract fire. And it's revealed a contract fire command, so it gets the
Yeah,
extra
because
red.
this was the layer. So that is 3 crits.
Which
So
he fishes and gets it. Yeah.
Like
I think it's worth leaving that one as it is. Yeah, leave that as it is.
3 uses a brace. And then he doesn't have to use the Kaken and Sholan, so he can attempt to go side arc again if he wants.
Yeah, and then he can add the red to that one, try and get the 5 damage.
Yeah.
Which would get 3 damage through to hull. No, there's no ram there. But then the finish from the other hammerhead that next turn should do it. So it's just how on earth to get the.
We're seeing a weight from one of the opponents. Is something changed? So he's doing it again.
Then try it for 5.
So this is 2.
2.
He's cannon firing the red. That's the accuracy. That's not really a lot of use. So he's going to reroll the accuracy in the blank.
That's what I would have thought. If he's feeling ambitious, he might go full 3. No, just the 2.
Yeah, I don't think you want to. I don't think you like.
One
more hit gets a hull damage. Okay.
But then he has got the contract fire token if he wanted it, but he would have had to have declared it. Neb B would have been his right.
He's re-rolling one of the hits, yeah, because the second hit doesn't matter. It needs to be a double.
Yeah.
So that's the right choice. Gets another crit. Okay, so if he braces...
It's down to 2. He'll still have 3 hull left unless it's a structural damage. That's quite a lot.
Yep. Well...
Obviously, Recon Flag might do it next turn.
Yeah, because the Recon Flag... Yeah, the Recon Flag is not going anywhere. What is the crit?
Only 1 attack you perform each round can target a ship.
Okay, so if Ahsoka can be in position, then he needs to one-shot. He needs to one-shot that Raikkonen ship, or he's not killing it.
But it'll be front to front, so he needs to get 7 damage through. He uses the redirect. He should, but you never know. Or he might be able to go front to side, actually. Don't know, it looks close. The odds would favour him.
But Ahsoka's just revealed a squadron command, so do we even think they can get within 5 of Raikkonen?
Well, the A-Wing... Not of Raikkonen now, maybe before he moved. But remember that he'll be able to reveal a nav dial and go for Quantum Storm. It's that timing, isn't it, that's critical. He has to activate before Quantum Storm slices again. To maybe avoid. I think he's working out if he banks the squadron token this time, he can activate 3 at once next turn. I do wonder. I think he can attack with the A-Wing that's in range and in the squadron phase move a VCX into range. That should work. I'm going to take a quick break.
Cool. Let's keep it going. We will keep her going. So the squadron command's being considered. The flotilla. And well done for anyone who's still with us at this point. It's now 12:30 in Ireland and the UK, where your commentators are. It is 1:30 in Italy and Hungary, where our competitors are. So this is a knockdown drag-out match, which has taken the best part of 4.5 hours at this point. We're on turn 5. One liberty that you see on the board is not there. It has been Reikened. It is a zombie. The second liberty has 3 hull. All other casualties have been suffered by Neb B. And who's accusing his opponent of counting points at the moment. And you couldn't blame him. But the lack of time limit does lead to a small bit of analysis paralysis when there's so many options in this game. So many options. And yep, he's counting points at the moment. He's trying to figure it out. Hopefully they aren't looking at any of the streams or any of the chats, and they don't see any of the information there. We probably should have clarified that before we started streaming, but I don't think either of these gentlemen would bother with such chicanery. So he can send 2 A-wings in here, but then they're out of range. He needs to hit with both of them and remove that redirect. Move a VCX in, so that it's in position to relay a squadron command and then get the last hit with the A-wing if he wants to take out the CR-90, as far as I can see.
So is he still deciding which approach he takes?
Yeah, so Neb B accused him of counting points, and Witchblade said, yes, of course I am. But I think he needs to send... Yeah, I think he needs to send in the aces on the front of the CR-90. Then during the squadron phase, move the VCX in. I think he needs to get perfect rolls on those A-wings to kill that CR-90 at this point.
Yeah, he needs to get rid of the redirect this turn.
Yep.
Just get any shot on it. Any shot.
But, yeah. And he doesn't have range, does he? He does, just barely.
Beautiful.
Does he have range with the second one, Gink? I don't think he does.
No, he won't do.
That CR-90 is living.
But he could use the A-wing at the back.
True.
To get rid of, if he gets rid of the redirect this turn, he then...
And that's a miss. That is a miss. Like, is there any way he can get 3 A-wings into range next turn?
It's going to be tricky.
It is very tricky. So
this doesn't help.
This doesn't matter. Well,
you
say that. It depends where it gets redirected to. Like if Neb B makes the wrong choice in the redirect here, it could matter. Remember, they're both very fucking tired. Yeah, he hasn't made the wrong choice.
Say, so Aresius needs to get 3 shots onto it again next turn.
Yep. So huge is the comment from chat, yeah. So those 2 A-wings can reach. There's no way in hell Tycho is reaching though. So it's a case of, can Tycho position for next turn? Now, where those VCXs go is going to matter a lot.
Yeah.
The thing is, he is in a position to command 3 squadrons, because he does 2 off a GR-75, and he does 1 off a Hammerhead. But has he enough time? That's the question. And is that Hammerhead getting a concentrate fire? It doesn't need it, I don't think, to kill.
No, it doesn't need it. It can have the squadron command. Then the VCX can give them both 1 on relay, and then Shah will be in activation range of the flotilla to get the extra shot. Shah will be the one that needs to activate early to hit the CR-90 where it is now, whereas the other 2 A-wings will be able to chase it down wherever it goes now.
And Chad had made a very good point that if there's a repair command that goes into that CR-90, it doesn't matter fucking damn. It repairs 1 shield, and they're not killing it.
Yeah.
So then does Raikkonen live? And I don't think he does. Oh. Yeah. Oh shit, that's the thing. If those A-wings had been sent against... No. Well, if that one can't reach, the other 2, the top A-wing potentially couldn't reach either. Definitely couldn't reach. But Ard, good call on the repair.
Yeah. But it depends if Neb sees it or not. He might not.
He might not.
Go for the navigator to get the engine text to try and get as far away as possible.
He might be in the Gink school of must always be navigating my my CR-90s.
Yeah.
But like, if he has a repair and he gets to go before, then it's untouchable. So you're thinking with the nav command, Raikkonen can stay on the board if he doesn't get obliterated by the front arc of the Liberty. Is that correct?
Yes, and provided he doesn't get rammed back to notch 1. So he needs to kill the Liberty.
I think
and then have a nav.
Yeah.
So it's convoluted, but I think he can survive. Ardell, they're agreeing that nav commands are always the right choice. Although he does say 95%, but I'll just assume that's a typo there. Clearly
Yeah,
not.
I think this is your. I think this is you ignoring the facts. The man said 95%. He didn't say always. And I believe some concentrating fire CR-90s have killed many an ISD in before wave 3 and 4. Actually, do you remember that?
To get to hour 5 here.
Say again?
But go on. I was going to say we're about to get to hour 5 here, but go on.
Yeah. Oh dear God. We're in turn 6, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. About hour 5, yeah. You remember the CR-90 spam fleet, was it? What was the guy's name? He used to do YouTube videos for this before he got tired. And he went to Rune Wars. No, it wasn't Hero.
Oh no. I know who you mean. I can't remember his name.
Steven something.
Yeah,
I think it was YouTube. But yeah. I think he did a lot of concentrating fire with those CR-90s as they picked ISDs to death. This Kraken fleet. So in the commentary box, we believe that the Moncairn is the first thing going to go. And they're saying front to left side on the... what do you think, Gink?
Yeah, but I think that's a legal shot. So it's going to need...
Then Raikkonen's dead, right?
4 damage or 5 if he gets to use the redirect from going to say 5 red, 3 blue, I think.
Yeah, it's dead, right? Unless he completely fuffs this roll. And he's got Kaken and Shoken. 3 of that damage is
Yeah.
automatic. This thing's dead.
Yes.
He's revealed a
One
repair
actually,
command.
2 damage, yeah.
So let's see what he does with this repair command.
Repairs 1 shield on the back. It's 2 points, and he gets to repair 1 more. 3 on the right, yeah. He's preparing to get hit hard by the hammerhead on a double lock.
But he can't. I presume he's just moving the 2 shields to the left from the right, rather than putting it's over its maximum limit for the shields on the. He's complaining he's got extreme lag.
Well, I think it's if you zoom in too much, you tend to increase the memory size. Where that comes from.
So no
so that's 6
redirect.
damage. Right there.
Yep. So if that
That's-
CR90 lives, and I think we're the opinion that it's going to, then this is all she wrote. But at least he doesn't need to worry about slowing down Reekin boat. Now, the other thing then is, can the Liberty clear the Reekin without getting an overlap?
No, the shield dial's going to hit, which is going to knock it back to where it is now, which is going to let Aresius have the double arc on the front.
Yep.
And the redirect and a brace, so he can still use those shields on the side.
But is it keeping it out of trouble from number 3 Hammerhead?
Oh, that's big. The Recon flagship has just got blindedness, which means it cannot spend accuracy icon. Quite a big deal.
Why? Why didn't it not use the contain?
Well, it's a fair question.
Because if he didn't accuracy the redirect, Reekin lives.
Yep, so that will go down as a missed opportunity there.
But that critical is crucial.
Yep. But presuming the Liberty now rams the hammerhead, that's 1 whole damage.
And we are presuming a
Hopefully,
lot.
Aresius can manage to get another ram. That's 1 whole remaining.
This is 2 reds at long range against the Ahsoka GR75. Yeah, he's opted to flak instead.
Yeah. Too little, too late. Unless he's got a concentrate fire hidden somewhere.
Hey.
If he's got a concentrate fire on that CR90, that's questionable.
So he's going to drop to 2 hull. Then can the Raikkonen get a ram on him? And I don't think so. Looking at that again, Gink, would he have been better off letting would he have been off the board if that air brake had not been there?
No. That was actually on the table. It didn't go off there.
Yeah.
So even that 1 click was not off the table. He was okay. I'm thinking with the hammerhead, if it does a speed 2 Raider style double yaw on both clicks, it can sidestep itself in on the Liberty. Simply.
Yeah. So now we're going to see squadron commands, I would suggest.
Yep, so the question is, does he want to do squadrons from the Hammerhead and GR75, or does he want to try and protect his Hammerhead from slicers? Sorry. Probably not too worried about the flagship that's already dead.
Yeah.
If he gets slices, get slices.
Well, Quantum Storm is
Damn it.
going speed 2, so is he trying to
Can
now
still
work
get there.
out, will it be in range once it moves?
It should be. It's almost blue range at the moment.
So, according to our tallies, if that CR90 lives, the game is over. So, does it get to activate before all the squadrons get in? Do some of the squadrons get slicered? And does it have a repair command set up so it repairs? Those are the questions we have. Now, this is assuming that the Liberty dies. And that blinded gunners means that's not a foregone conclusion. But the front of the Liberty is double arced. We're happy.
But there are 2 shields. Redirect will get discarded, so 3 shields to burn through as well as the 2 hull. So 5 damage after probably brace getting burnt as well. From war dice.
That's a big ask. And that's a miss on the squadron. That CR90 is not dying. That's it. That's game. Even if the Liberty goes down.
There's still the possibility of the VCX jumping that distance. I think
True.
once the CR90 moves, that's not true, but right now, if he sees it.
But he doesn't have the
But then
squadron
it's a redirect.
commands. He doesn't have the squadron commands in range. So no, there's no way. That VCX, if the VCX makes it, an A-Wing doesn't. So this is done.
Until the Quantum Storm decides to slice the Hammerhead to a squadron command, because that's what it's been doing instead of repair.
Yeah, but it can slice her. Are you talking about the?
Repair.
Yeah, because it's dead ship.
But it has been slicing to squadron the whole time, and it's easy to get into a pattern.
True, and it is late, as we have said.
Redirects has just been used, so that's 1 shield done, and 1 shield is not going to get burnt. So we're down to 2 hull, 1 shield left to do.
So then the question is, does the black dice out of the side hit? And if it does hit, does it crit?
Specific.
Because if it crits, he's got to redirect.
Oh, has he got the ram here?
He has not got the ram.
The shield dial might.
Ooh, this could be, again. Yeah. This is a question now of whether Liberty dies or not. According to our calculations, even this will not do it.
No, but there's something about saving face that if he can kill the Liberty, then
you only lose by 3 points. Like he may not have it worked out yet either. Okay, that's not, the ram is not there.
The ram. Still more to do.
Yep. I think what's critical here is, does the side black dice hit? And then can he get, like, and does it force the redirect? And if it doesn't force the redirect, and if it's just a hit, then there needs to be 3 damage come off at the front of that hammerhead. And here we've got the Quantum Storm, so let's see what gets slicered.
The Quantum Storm might actually end up in a position where it blocks the CR90. It's always a possibility.
True. But
he might be worried that the hammerhead has a concentrate fire. Which he might well do.
Well, that's what I'd go with. Remember on turn 2 we were saying this quantum storm is so fucking dead. It has outlived a lot of other ships.
Yep. Never listen to your commentators, guys. They don't know what they're talking about.
And he has picked Raikkonen to repair.
Correct, cool. Oh, yeah, we always have the option that Ashoka can try and get in there.
Get for fuck's sake.
Another blank on the black.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's cool. He knows the odds.
And he may just want to kill that Liberty before we all go to bed. But his black dice out of those squadrons have been atrocious. Oh, for fuck's sake. That is
not got the run of the game.
Yeah.
With that CR90 finishing on one hole and some of the rolls that he's had, that's...
Yep.
It's quite close.
This is the weakness of both these fleets, though. With all your eggs in one basket, like you're dependent on that basket to do a lot of fucking work, and you're seeing basically handbags at dawn.
Yeah, and I think one of the truthiness noticed in the regional data is that it's very rare for people not to bring in rerolls. And these fleets, yes, they've got Caitkin and Shoreland, but they're actually very, very low on rerolls.
So it looks like they're considering. Yeah, so he wants to see if he can kill the Liberty. But I think he's just conceded. So this is the very first win for Hungary in the Vassal World Cup.
Austria.
Oh, I'm terrible. So
there's the double.
There's a double. This is what he needs. So brace.
Forces.
And it surely forces the redirect here. Surely he's not going to risk. But does he take the crit?
It's not. You are allowed to spend 2 defense tokens at once.
Yep. Maybe he's forgotten.
Yeah, maybe they're just at this point.
Is he not flipping the crit?
Apparently not, but we will go for that. Aresius and notice.
Yep.
But he should roll 3 damage.
Not necessarily. We seen the crit yet? Go. What have we got? Thruster Fisher. That's the second Thruster Fisher that thing has. And he only rolls 2 damage.
2 damage and redirects that.
Redirect and brace. Now can he ram? And I don't think he can. He's speed 3. He's off the board.
Yeah, he needed the Nabdo. Good game.
Well done to the competitors and well done to Neb B. If you want to know more information about this, go to steelstrategy.com. Thanks to everybody involved, the competitors, Biggs for running it. Thanks for coming and joining me on the stream, Gink.
Anytime.
And
well done, Neb B.
Yeah. It was a long tournament that started with qualifiers a long time ago. Wow, yeah. If there's one player that is hard to beat in a final, it is an Italian with a Liberty. But yeah, follow the channel if you want more Armada or different other games. I think we're going to call it there, Gink, and go the fuck to bed. What do you think?
Yep.
Listen,
Yep, I'm fully on board with that.
all
Take care,
right.
guys.
Take care.
See you
And
next time.
I'm going to put us raiding someone else. So if you do stay on board, I'll have you transferred to another game. So I'll probably just put us to stuff that I stream regularly. So there's somebody learning how to play the game. So I'm just going to put everybody in an Eternal stream. But follow along the channel if you want to see more of the videos. So we're just going to put you across to a raid. Friends of the channel plays a good bit of Eternal. Thanks everybody for watching, and thanks again to Biggs for running it.